There are monsters walking among us, whose names never made headlines, whose faces never graced magazine covers, yet their crimes rival the most notorious killers in history. These are the forgotten predators who slipped through the cracks of public memory, leaving behind trails of devastation that few have ever heard about. In the summer of 1957, Harvey Glatman was already perfecting what would become his signature method of murder. He wasn't flashy, he wasn't seeking fame, he was methodical. Glatman would pose as a photographer, luring young women to remote locations with promises of modeling work and easy money. Once isolated, he would bind them with rope, photograph them in their final moments of terror, then strangle them slowly while capturing every second on film. His victims included Judy Dull, Shirley Bridgeford, and Ruth Mercado, women whose trust became their death sentence. What made Glatman particularly chilling wasn't just the murders themselves, but his obsessive documentation of the process. Police found dozens of photographs in his possession, each one a frozen moment of pure horror. He would tie his victims in elaborate bondage positions, force them to pose while bound and gagged, then photograph their faces as the reality of their situation set in. The images showed women progressing from confusion to terror to resignation, a timeline of psychological torture that lasted hours before the final act. Glatman operated in plain sight, running a legitimate television repair business during the day while hunting at night. His neighbors described him as quiet, helpful, the kind of man who would fix your radio for free and never cause any trouble. But behind that mundane exterior was a predator who had been fantasizing about control and death since childhood. He confessed to police that he had been planning these murders for years, studying rope techniques and photography to perfect his method. When he was finally caught in 1958, it was only because his intended fourth victim fought back. Lorraine Vigil managed to grab his gun during the struggle and wound him, leading to his arrest. During questioning, Glatman calmly confessed to the three murders, providing details that only the killer could have known. He showed no remorse, no emotion, describing the killings as if he were discussing the weather. He was executed in the gas chamber at San Quentin in 1959, taking with him the knowledge of whether there were other victims whose bodies were never found. But perhaps even more disturbing than Harvey Glatman was a killer who operated 2 decades later with a level of brutality that defied comprehension. In the 1970 lates, the small town of Riverside, California, became the hunting ground for a monster who called himself the Riverside Ripper, though his real name was William Bonan. Unlike the killers who worked alone, Bonan recruited accomplices, turning murder into a group activity that infected everyone it touched. Bonan's method was simple and horrifying. He would cruise the highways in his van, searching for young men and teenage boys hitchhiking or walking alone. His victims were runaways, drifters, kids who had slipped through society's cracks and wouldn't be missed immediately. Once inside his van, the victims would be driven to remote locations where Bonan and his accomplices would subject them to hours of torture before finally killing them. The torture wasn't random violence, it was systematic and calculated. Bonan had served time in prison where he had both victimized others and been victimized himself, creating a cycle of abuse that he would later perfect on the outside. His victims were beaten, sexually assaulted, and mutilated while still alive. Some were strangled slowly, others stabbed repeatedly, but all were made to suffer as long as possible before death finally came. What set Bonan apart from other serial killers was his ability to recruit others into his depravity. Vernon Butts, Gregory Miley, and James Monroe all participated in the murders, drawn into Bonan's orbit like moths to a flame. He had a charisma that masked his evil, convincing these young men that participating in torture and murder was somehow acceptable, even enjoyable. The group dynamic amplified the horror, with each member trying to prove their loyalty through increasingly brutal acts. Between 1979 and 1980, Bonan and his accomplices killed at least 21 people, though the true number is likely much higher. Bodies were dumped along freeways, in parking lots, and in fields throughout Southern California. Many victims were never identified, reduced to numbers in police files and unmarked graves. The investigation was complicated by the vast area covered and the transient nature of many victims, allowing Bonan to operate with near impunity for months. When he was finally arrested in 1980, it was due to a combination of witness testimony and forensic evidence that linked him to multiple crime scenes. During his trial, the full scope of his crimes became clear as accomplices testified against him in exchange for lighter sentences. The details that emerged were so graphic and disturbing that even seasoned detectives struggled to process what they had heard. Bonan showed no remorse throughout the legal proceedings, often smiling during testimony about the murders and making jokes with his defense team. He was sentenced to death and executed by lethal injection in 1996, but not before spending 16 years on death row, during which he continued to receive fan mail from disturbed individuals who idolized his crimes. But these documented cases pale in comparison to the horrors committed by killers whose names never made it into the history books, whose crimes were covered up, forgotten, or simply never solved. Take Marcus Thornfield, a name that appears in no criminal database, whose story has been buried so deep that even mentioning it feels like disturbing a grave that was meant to stay sealed forever. Thornfield operated in the rural counties of West Virginia during the early 1980s, a time when communication between law enforcement agencies was poor and missing persons cases often went uninvestigated if the victims came from the wrong side of the tracks. He understood this weakness in the system and exploited it with the precision of a surgeon and the patience of a hunter who knows his prey has nowhere to run. Unlike killers who stalked urban areas where victims were plentiful but witnesses were everywhere, Thornfield chose the isolation of Appalachian mountain country where families lived miles apart and strangers passing through could disappear without anyone noticing for weeks or months. He would pose as a traveling mechanic, driving through small communities in a beat-up pickup truck loaded with tools and spare parts, offering to fix broken-down cars and farm equipment for cash. The ruse was perfect because it gave him access to isolated homes, allowed him to case properties and identify vulnerable targets, and provided a legitimate reason for being in areas where he had no business. Farm families, often struggling financially, welcomed the chance to get their equipment repaired without having to drive hours to the nearest town or pay inflated prices at established shops. Thornfield would typically spend several days in each community, building trust and gathering intelligence on potential victims. He paid particular attention to households where women lived alone or with small children, where elderly people might have cash savings hidden in their homes, or where teenagers might be easily manipulated or overpowered. His friendly demeanor and mechanical skills made him welcome in homes where strangers were usually viewed with suspicion. Once he had selected his targets, Thornfield would return under cover of darkness, often weeks after his initial visit, when his presence in the area had been forgotten. He would enter homes through unlocked doors or windows, a common practice in rural areas where crime was rare and people trusted their neighbors. What happened next was methodical destruction of human life, carried out with the cold efficiency of someone who had done it many times before. The murders themselves were exercises in control and domination. Thornfield didn't kill quickly or show mercy. He would bind his victims and keep them alive for hours, sometimes days, subjecting them to physical and psychological torture that served no purpose other than his own twisted gratification. He was particularly cruel to children, viewing them as objects to be used and discarded rather than human beings deserving of compassion. After completing his murders, Thornfield would ransack the homes, taking not just valuables, but personal items that had no monetary worth, trophies that allowed him to relive his crimes later. He would then dispose of the bodies in the countless abandoned mine shafts and deep hollows that dotted the mountainous terrain, places where remains would never be found or would be discovered decades later as unidentifiable bones scattered by animals and weather. The true scope of Thornfield's crimes didn't become apparent until 1987, when a routine inspection of an abandoned copper mine uncovered human remains that forensic experts determined belonged to at least 15 different individuals, ranging in age from 6 to 73. The bodies showed signs of prolonged torture and had been dumped over a period of several years, but by then the killer had vanished as completely as if he had never existed. Local law enforcement, overwhelmed by the complexity of the case and lacking the resources to conduct a proper investigation, quietly closed the files after a few months of fruitless searching. The families of the victims were left without answers. The communities lived in fear that the killer might return, and Thornfield himself disappeared into the anonymity that had protected him for so long. But even more disturbing than individual killers like Thornfield are the cases where entire networks of predators operated with impunity, protected by corruption, indifference, or simple bureaucratic incompetence. In the mid-1990s, a series of disappearances in the Pacific Northwest revealed a conspiracy of silence that had allowed multiple killers to operate in coordination, sharing victims and covering each other's tracks in ways that defied belief. The network began with what appeared to be isolated incidents across Washington and Oregon. Hikers would vanish from well-marked trails, campers would disappear from established campgrounds, and hitchhikers would simply evaporate along heavily traveled highways. Each case was handled by different jurisdictions, filed in separate databases, and investigated by officers who never communicated with their counterparts in neighboring counties. What no one realized at the time was that these disappearances were connected by a web of predators who had found each other through shared interests and mutual protection. The group called themselves the Cascade Collective though that name would never appear in any official police report. They communicated through coded messages in outdoor magazines and coordinated their activities to avoid detection while maximizing their opportunities. The leader of this network was a man named Vincent Kellerman, a respected park ranger who used his position and knowledge of remote wilderness areas to facilitate the group's activities. Kellerman had worked for the National Forest Service for over 20 years, earning commendations for his dedication and receiving praise from colleagues who saw him as the ideal public servant. Behind that facade was a predator who had been using his authority and access to prey on vulnerable people for decades. Kellerman's method was sophisticated and terrifying in its simplicity. He would identify potential victims during routine interactions, campers who mentioned they were traveling alone, hikers who seemed inexperienced or unprepared for wilderness conditions, families who were camping in remote areas far from help. He would engage them in friendly conversation, offer advice about trails and camping spots, and sometimes even provide maps marked with locations he claimed offered the best views or fishing opportunities. Those maps were death sentences. The locations Kellerman recommended were carefully chosen killing grounds, isolated areas where his associates waited with vehicles, weapons, and supplies needed to dispose of bodies. The victims would follow his directions, believing they were being helped by a knowledgeable ranger, only to find themselves trapped in situations from which there was no escape. The other members of the network included Douglas Hartwell, who operated a wilderness guide service that gave him access to clients seeking remote adventures, Rebecca Santos, who worked as a dispatcher for a rural sheriff's department and could monitor police communications, and Thomas Brightwater, a logger who knew every access road and hidden trail in the region. Together, they created a perfect storm of predation that claimed at least 37 lives over 8 years. The murders themselves were ritualistic and prolonged. The network had developed elaborate protocols for handling victims, keeping them alive for specific periods while subjecting them to psychological and physical torture that served both their individual perversions and their group bonding. They would document everything, creating detailed records of each killing that they shared among themselves, like trading cards. What made the Cascade Collective particularly dangerous was their ability to learn from each other's mistakes and refine their methods continuously. When one member's approach led to a close call with law enforcement, the entire network would adapt, changing their procedures to eliminate the weakness that had been exposed. They studied police techniques, monitored media coverage of their crimes, and adjusted their operations to stay ahead of any investigation. The network's downfall came not from skilled detective work, but from simple bad luck. In 1998, Thomas Brightwater was arrested on unrelated drug charges and, facing a lengthy prison sentence, offered information about unsolved murders in exchange for a reduced plea. His initial revelations led investigators to evidence that had been overlooked or misinterpreted in dozens of cases, creating a cascade of discoveries that ultimately exposed the entire network. During the subsequent investigation, authorities discovered that the Cascade Collective had maintained detailed records of their crimes, including photographs, videos, and written accounts that documented their activities with horrifying precision. The evidence revealed a level of organization and premeditation that shocked even experienced investigators who thought they had seen everything. Kellerman, Santos, and Hartwell were all arrested within weeks of Brightwater's confession, but the legal proceedings that followed were complicated by jurisdictional issues and the scattered nature of the evidence. Multiple agencies had been investigating pieces of the network's activities without knowing they were part of a larger conspiracy, leading to confusion about which courts had authority and how to present the interconnected crimes to juries. The trials revealed details that the media largely ignored, partly due to the complex nature of the crimes, and partly because the network had operated in areas that received little news coverage. The victims were mostly transients, outdoor enthusiasts, and people whose disappearances didn't generate sustained public interest. Their murders were treated as regional news stories that never gained national attention. All 4 members of the Cascade Collective were eventually convicted and sentenced to life in prison, but questions remained about whether other networks like theirs were operating in different parts of the country. The investigation had revealed communication between the group and individuals in other states, suggesting that their model of coordinated predation might have been replicated elsewhere. Even more chilling than organized networks are the killers who operated in institutions that were supposed to protect the vulnerable, using their positions of trust to prey on those who had nowhere else to turn. Dr. Edmund Marsh worked as a psychiatrist at Willowbrook State Hospital in New York during the 1970s, a period when the facility was already notorious for its substandard conditions and patient abuse. Marsh used his position to identify patients who were completely isolated from the outside world, individuals whose families had abandoned them or who had no visitors to notice if their condition suddenly deteriorated. These were the perfect victims for someone who understood how to kill without leaving obvious evidence, and who could attribute deaths to natural causes or medical complications. The doctor's method was insidious and almost impossible to detect. He would gradually increase medication dosages to lethal levels, introduce infections through contaminated instruments, or simply withhold life-saving treatments from patients who depended on his care. Each death appeared to be the result of the patient's underlying mental illness or the general poor conditions at the facility. What made Marsh's crimes particularly heinous was his use of experimental procedures that he claimed were legitimate medical treatments. He would perform unnecessary surgeries, administer experimental drugs without proper protocols, and subject patients to psychological experiments that were designed more to satisfy his sadistic impulses than to advance medical knowledge. Over a 7-year period, Marsh was directly responsible for the deaths of at least 43 patients, though the true number could be much higher, given the poor record-keeping and general chaos that characterized Willowbrook during that era. His victims ranged from teenagers with developmental disabilities to elderly patients with dementia, all of whom trusted him to provide care and protection. The systematic nature of his crimes only became apparent years later when a former nurse named Patricia Coleman came forward with evidence she had been collecting secretly. Coleman had suspected something was wrong, but had been afraid to speak up earlier because of Marsh's reputation and connections within the medical community. Her detailed records of suspicious deaths and questionable treatments provided the foundation for an investigation that ultimately exposed the full scope of his crimes. Marsh was arrested in 1981 and charged with multiple counts of murder, but his trial was complicated by the difficulty of proving intent in cases where victims had serious underlying health conditions. His defense team argued that he had been trying to help patients in a severely understaffed and under-resourced facility, portraying him as a dedicated doctor who had been overwhelmed by impossible circumstances. The prosecution countered with evidence of systematic abuse and deliberate harm, including testimony from surviving patients who described being threatened and tortured by Marsh. The trial revealed a pattern of behavior that went far beyond medical malpractice into the realm of calculated murder carried out under the cover of legitimate medical practice. Despite the overwhelming evidence against him, Marsh was convicted on only 12 counts of murder due to the difficulty of proving criminal intent in the other cases. He was sentenced to life in prison without the possibility of parole, but the relatively light legal consequences compared to the scope of his crimes highlighted the challenges of prosecuting killers who operate within institutional settings. The Willowbrook case also exposed broader systemic failures that had allowed Marsh to operate with impunity for so long. The facility's administrators had received complaints about his behavior, but had failed to investigate properly, choosing instead to protect the institution's reputation at the expense of patient safety. The institutional failures at Willowbrook were not isolated incidents. Across the country, other predators were discovering that positions of authority and trust provided perfect cover for their darkest impulses, while bureaucratic systems designed to protect the vulnerable instead shielded their killers from scrutiny. In the 1980s, a series of unexplained deaths at nursing homes across Florida revealed another monster hiding in plain sight. James Swango had worked as a paramedic and later as a medical technician, moving from facility to facility whenever questions began to surface about the unusual number of deaths that seemed to follow in his wake. His colleagues described him as dedicated and hardworking, often volunteering for extra shifts and showing particular interest in caring for the most critically ill patients. What they didn't know was that Swango was methodically poisoning patients with a variety of substances that were difficult to detect in routine autopsies. He would inject air bubbles into IV lines, administer overdoses of insulin to non-diabetic patients, or introduce bacterial infections through contaminated medical equipment. His victims were elderly residents whose deaths could easily be attributed to age-related complications or underlying health conditions. Swango kept detailed journals of his crimes, writing about each killing with the clinical detachment of a researcher documenting experiments. He described the physical reactions of his victims, timed their deaths with stopwatch precision, and rated their suffering on scales of his own devising. The journals revealed a mind completely divorced from human empathy, viewing other people as nothing more than subjects for his twisted studies. His reign of terror came to an end in 1985 when a suspicious pharmacist noticed unusual patterns in medication orders from facilities where Swango worked. The investigation that followed revealed a trail of death that stretched across multiple states and potentially dozens of victims. Swango was convicted of 6 murders, but suspected in many more cases where evidence had been destroyed or overlooked. During his trial, Swango showed no emotion as prosecutors detailed his crimes. He sat quietly taking notes, occasionally nodding as if he were attending a medical conference rather than facing charges for multiple murders. When asked why he had killed so many innocent people, his only response was that he had been conducting research into the dying process and needed subjects for his studies. But even more disturbing than killers who operated within broken institutions were those who created their own systems of control, building elaborate networks of abuse that trapped victims for years before finally destroying them. In the remote mountains of Montana, a man named Jacob Steiner established what he called a therapeutic community for troubled young adults, advertising his program as an alternative to traditional rehabilitation centers. The facility, known as Mountain View Recovery Ranch, attracted desperate parents whose children were struggling with addiction, mental illness, or behavioral problems. Steiner promised intensive therapy, outdoor activities, and personalized treatment plans that would transform rebellious teenagers into productive adults. The program was expensive, exclusive, and marketed to wealthy families who were willing to pay any price to what parents save their children. Didn't know was that Mountain View was actually a carefully constructed torture facility where Steiner and his staff subjected young people to systematic abuse designed to break their spirits and make them completely capped, dependent on their oars. New arrivals were immediately stripped of all personal belongings, assigned numbers instead of names, and told that their abandoning families had them permanently. The daily routine at Mountain View was designed to maximize psychological damage while maintaining the facade of legitimate treatment. Residents were forced to participate in group sessions where they were humiliated and degraded, subjected to physical punishments that were disguised as therapeutic interventions, and isolated in underground cells for weeks at a time if they showed any signs of resistance. Steiner had studied psychology and understood exactly how to manipulate vulnerable minds. He would alternate periods of extreme abuse with moments of apparent kindness, creating trauma bonds that made victims psychologically dependent on him even as he destroyed them. He encouraged residents to inform on each other, creating an atmosphere of paranoia and mistrust that prevented any organized resistance to his authority. The most horrific aspect of Mountain View was Steiner's practice of staging elaborate suicide scenarios for residents who had become too damaged to maintain the program's facade. These deaths were carefully planned to look like the tragic but understandable outcomes of deeply troubled young people who had finally succumbed to their inner demons. Grieving parents were told that their children had taken their own lives, despite the staff's best efforts to save them. Over an 8-year period, at least 17 young people died at Mountain View under circumstances that were officially ruled as suicides. Their bodies were quickly cremated at Steiner's insistence, eliminating any possibility of forensic examination that might have revealed evidence of murder. The deaths were spread out over time and attributed to the inherent risks of working with severely disturbed individuals. The truth about Mountain View only emerged in 1994 when a former resident named Sarah Martinez managed to escape and reach authorities with detailed accounts of what she had witnessed. Her testimony led to raids on the facility that uncovered evidence of systematic abuse, including video recordings that Steiner had made of torture sessions for his own entertainment. The investigation revealed that Steiner had been operating similar facilities in other states under different names, moving his operation whenever local authorities began asking questions. He had perfected a system for exploiting desperate parents and vulnerable children while maintaining the appearance of legitimate therapeutic work. During his trial, prosecutors presented evidence that Steiner had killed far more people than the 17 deaths officially attributed to Mountain View. Testimony from survivors revealed a pattern of escalating violence that had claim across victims' multiple facilities over nearly 2 decades. Some witnesses described seeing Steiner murder residents in fits of rage, while others testified about more calculated killings designed to eliminate potential threats to his operation. Steiner was ultimately convicted of 12 counts of murder and sentenced to death, but appeals kept him on death row for years, while investigators continued trying to identify additional victims. The case highlighted the vulnerability of troubled young people whose families were so desperate for help that they would entrust their children to virtually anyone who promised a solution. The Mountain View case also revealed how easily predators could exploit gaps in regulatory oversight to create private kingdoms where they could abuse and kill with impunity. Steiner had operated for years without meaningful supervision, protected by the isolation of his facilities and the shame of families who didn't want to admit they had made terrible mistakes in trusting him with their children. But perhaps the most chilling aspect of these forgotten killers is how many of them were never caught, never identified, never even suspected by the communities where they lived and worked. Consider the case of Elizabeth Harper, a elementary school teacher in rural Oregon who used her position to identify and target children from troubled homes, knowing that their disappearances would be attributed to family instability rather than foul play. Harper had taught third grade for over 15 years and was beloved by colleagues and parents who saw her as dedicated educator who went above and beyond for her students. She volunteered for after-school programs, organized summer camps, and frequently invited struggling children to her home for tutoring sessions and meals. Her house was filled with educational materials, children's artwork, and photos of former students who had stayed in touch over the years. What no one suspected was that Harper was using these relationships to identify vulnerable children whose families were too dysfunctional to notice if they went missing for extended periods. She would invite selected students to spend weekends at her house, telling parents that she was providing extra academic support and giving troubled families a much-needed break from difficult children. Once isolated in her home, Harper would subject these children to psychological manipulation designed to make them completely dependent on her approval and terrified of disobeying her instructions. She would alternate between extreme kindness and sudden inexplicable cruelty, creating trauma bonds that made victims eager to please her, even as she prepared them for their eventual destruction. Harper's method of killing was particularly insidious because it was designed to look like accidents or natural deaths. She would take children on hiking trips to remote areas where she would push them off cliffs or into rivers, claiming later that they had fallen while exploring. She would administer slow-acting poisons during camping trips, attribute deaths to allergic reactions or sudden illnesses that couldn't be treated in time. The children who died in Harper's care were remembered as tragic victims of unfortunate accidents, their deaths mourned by a community that never suspected their beloved teacher was actually a calculating predator. Harper would attend their funerals, comfort grieving families, and even establish memorial funds in their honor, all while planning her next victim. Over a 12-year period, Harper was responsible for the deaths of at least 9 children, though investigators who later examined her activities suspected the true number could be much higher. She had perfected a system for selecting victims who wouldn't be missed immediately and killing them in ways that aroused no suspicion from authorities who lacked the training or resources to recognize patterns of deliberate harm. Harper's crimes were only discovered by accident in 2001 when a hiker found human remains in a remote canyon that forensic experts determined had been deliberately placed there rather than resulting from an accidental fall. DNA analysis identified the victim as one of Harper's former students who had supposedly died in a hiking accident years earlier. Further investigation revealed inconsistencies in Harper's accounts of other student deaths, leading to her arrest and the horrifying revelation of her true nature. During questioning, Harper maintained her innocence, even when confronted with overwhelming physical evidence of her crimes. She insisted that she had genuinely cared for all her students, and that the deaths had been tragic accidents that she would regret for the rest of her life. Her ability to maintain this facade, even under intense interrogation, demonstrated the depth of her psychological manipulation skills. The Harper case sent shockwaves through the educational community and highlighted the vulnerability of children who were already struggling with difficult family situations. It also revealed how predators could exploit positions of trust and authority to gain access to victims while deflecting suspicion through their apparent dedication to helping others. But even more disturbing than individual predators, like the killers who operate Harper, are in complete anonymity, leaving behind only bodies and questions that may never be answered. In the early 1990s, a series of disappearances in the American Southwest pointed to the existence of what investigators privately called the Desert Ghost, a killer who seemed to vanish victims into the vast emptiness of the region's remote wilderness areas. The pattern was subtle at first, noticed only by a few dedicated investigators who tracked missing persons cases across state lines. Hitchhikers would disappear along lonely stretches of highway. Campers would vanish from isolated campgrounds, and travelers would simply evaporate between towns with no witnesses and no evidence of what had happened to them. The victims had nothing in common except their vulnerability and their presence in areas where help was hours or days away. What made the Desert Ghost particularly terrifying was the complete absence of physical evidence at potential crime scenes. Unlike most serial killers who left some, this trace of their activity's predator seemed to have perfected methods for eliminating all forensic evidence, while ensuring that victims disappeared so completely that their bodies were never recovered. Survivors, the few who managed to escape encounters with the Desert Ghost, described a figure who seemed almost supernatural in his ability to appear and disappear without warning. They spoke of being stalked across miles of wilderness by someone who could track them through where terrain most people would become hopelessly lost. The attacks themselves, Daikel and Ritu, were described as methoalistic, suggesting a killer who had developed elaborate procedures for hunting human prey. Law enforcement agencies across Arizona, New Mexico, Nevada, and Utah began sharing information about cases that might be connected to the desert ghost. But the investigation was hampered by jurisdictional issues and the vast geographic area involved. The killer seemed to understand law enforcement procedures and deliberately operated in ways that made coordination between agencies difficult or impossible. The Desert Ghost case remains officially unsolved, though investigators believe the killer may have been responsible for as many as 40 disappearances over a 15-year period. The murders stopped abruptly in 1995, leading some to speculate that the killer had died, been imprisoned for other crimes, or simply moved to a different hunting his ground where activities haven't yet been detected. The legacy of the Desert Ghost continues to haunt the communities where he operated, creating an atmosphere of fear and suspicion that persists decades after his last known activity. Parents warn their children about the dangers of traveling alone in remote areas. Hikers organize group expeditions rather than venturing into the wilderness solo, and law enforcement agencies maintain active files on the case despite having no new leads to pursue. These forgotten monsters remind us that evil often wears the most ordinary faces behind, hiding masks of respectability while carrying out acts that challenge our understanding of human nature. They operated in the shadows of society, exploiting the gaps in our systems of protection and accountability to prey on the most vulnerable members of our communities. Their stories remain largely untold, not because they were less dangerous than more famous killers, but because they understood how to avoid the attention that might have led to their capture. They chose victims who wouldn't be missed, operated in areas where law enforcement resources were limited, and developed methods that left little evidence for investigators to follow. The true horror of these cases lies not just in the individual acts of violence they represent, but in the systematic nature of the failures that allowed them to continue unchecked for so long. Time and again, we see patterns of institutional difference and social neglect, bureaucratic in prejudice, that created perfect conditions for predators to thrive, while their victims suffered in silence. Perhaps even more chilling than these documented horrors are the killers who operated within systems designed to protect the most vulnerable members of society. In the late 1980s, a registered nurse named Dorothia Poente transformed her Victorian boarding house in Sacramento, California, into a death trap for elderly and disabled residents who had nowhere else to turn. Puente presented herself as a caring landlady who provided affordable housing and meals for people living on Social Security and disability benefits. Her tenants were society's forgotten individuals with mental illness, physical disabilities, and substance abuse problems who had been abandoned by their families and ignored by social services. To the outside world, Puente appeared to be a saint, offering kindness and shelter to those who needed it most. But behind her grandmotherly facade was a predator who saw her tenants not as human beings, but as sources of income to be exploited until they were no longer useful. Puente would forge her tenants' signatures on benefit checks, steal their personal belongings, and when they became too sick or suspicious to continue generating money, she would poison them with a combination of prescription drugs that caused symptoms resembling natural death from old age or illness. The murders were methodical and almost impossible to detect. Puente would gradually increase her victims' medication doses, claiming she was helping them manage their conditions while actually accelerating their decline toward death. When tenants died, she would tell neighbors and authorities that they had passed away peacefully in their sleep, often producing forged documents suggesting they had requested cremation to avoid expensive funeral costs their families couldn't afford. Over a 7-year period, Puente killed at least 9 tenants, though investigators suspect the true number could be much higher given the nature of her clientele and the poor record keeping that characterized services for vulnerable populations during that era. The trans she buried some victims in her backyard garden, telling neighbors she was growing vegetables to feed her remaining tenants, while others were cremated under false identities to eliminate any possibility of forensic examination. Puente's crimes were only discovered in 1988 when a social worker became suspicious about the disappearance of a developmentally disabled man named Alvaro Montoya. The subsequent investigation revealed a house of horrors where elderly people had been systematically murdered for checks their benefit, while their killer maintained the appearance of a caring caregiver who was simply overwhelmed by the deaths of so many sick tenants. During her trial, Puente showed no remorse for her victims, instead portraying herself as a victim of circumstances who had been trying to provide care for people no one else wanted. She was convicted of 3 murders and sentenced to life in prison without the possibility of parole, dying behind bars in 2011 at the age of 82, taking with her the secrets of how many other victims she had claimed during her decades of preying on society's most vulnerable members. But even more disturbing than killers like Puente are those who created entirely fictional identities to facilitate their crimes, becoming ghosts who moved through society leaving death in their wake while remaining completely invisible to law enforcement. In the early 1980s, a man calling himself Dr. Richard Kellerman began appearing at medical conferences across the Midwest, presenting himself as a researcher studying pain management techniques for terminal patients. Kellerman's credentials were impeccable, at least on paper. He carried business prestigious cards from medical institutions, had published papers in obscure journals that few people bothered to verify, and spoke with the authority of someone who had spent decades working with dying patients. His specialty was developing new methods for helping terminally ill people end their suffering with dignity, a field that attracted little scrutiny from colleagues who assumed he was doing legitimate research into compassionate end-of-life care. What no one realized was that Richard Kellerman didn't exist. The man using that identity was actually Thomas Brennan, a former medical student who had been expelled from school for conducting unauthorized experiments on laboratory animals. Brennan had spent years studying medical procedures and terminology, creating a completely fabricated background that would allow him to gain access to hospitals, nursing homes, and private residences where dying patients were receiving care. Brennan's method was insidious in its simplicity. He would approach families of terminally ill patients, claiming to be conducting research that could help their loved ones die peacefully without pain. He would offer experimental treatments that he said were not yet available through conventional medical channels, presenting himself as their last hope for ensuring their family members' final days would be comfortable rather than filled with suffering. The treatments Brennan provided were actually carefully calibrated doses of various toxins that would accelerate the dying process while mimicking the natural progression of terminal illness. He would administer these substances during private consultations, telling families that the patient might experience a temporary worsening of symptoms before improvement began. When death occurred, it appeared to be the expected outcome of the underlying disease rather than the result of deliberate poisoning. Over a 6-year period, Brennan killed at least 23 people across 7 states, moving constantly to avoid developing patterns that might attract attention from law enforcement. He targeted patients whose deaths would be expected and welcomed by families who were watching their loved ones suffer, making detection nearly impossible since no one suspected that natural deaths were actually murders. Brennan's crimes were only discovered when a suspicious pharmacist noticed that prescriptions allegedly written by Dr. Kellerman contained medications that didn't exist in any medical database. The investigation that followed revealed the elaborate fiction Brennan had constructed, including fake medical degrees, forged research credentials, and a network of professional references who turned out to be answering services he had established to provide verification of his fictional background. When authorities finally tracked down Brennan in 1987, he was living under yet another false identity in Oregon, preparing to begin a new series of murders targeting patients at a hospice facility where he had recently been hired as a consulting physician. His arrest revealed a man who had become completely divorced from reality, believing his own fictional persona so completely that he seemed genuinely surprised when confronted with evidence of his true identity and crimes. During questioning, Brennan maintained that he had been providing a valuable service to families who were watching their loved ones suffer needlessly. He showed investigators detailed notes about each victim, describing their symptoms, family dynamics, and his assessment of whether they were truly ready to die. The clinical detachment with which he discussed murder was more chilling than any display of emotion could have been. But perhaps the most terrifying aspect of cases like Brennan's is how they reveal the ease with which determined predators can exploit the trust that holds society together. In a world where we depend on credentials, professional associations, and institutional affiliations to verify people's identities and qualifications, someone willing to invest time and effort in creating elaborate deceptions can operate with near impunity for years or even decades. The phenomenon of identity-based serial killing reached its most disturbing expression in the case of someone who called himself Father Michael Santos, a man who appeared in Catholic communities across the Southwest during the late 1980s and the early 1990s. Santos presented himself as a priest who had been assigned to provide spiritual counseling to families dealing with serious illnesses, deaths, and other crises that tested their faith. Santos would appear at hospitals, funeral homes, and churches, dressed in clerical clothing and carrying official-looking documents that identified him as a member of a religious order that specialized in crisis counseling. His knowledge of Catholic doctrine and ritual was extensive, allowing him to conduct services, provide last rites, and offer spiritual guidance that seemed completely authentic to grieving families who were desperate for comfort during their darkest hours. What made Santos particularly dangerous was his ability to identify families who were isolated from their broader communities due to recent moves, estrangement from relatives, or simply the overwhelming nature of the crises they were facing. He would position himself as their primary source of spiritual support, gradually assuming control over major decisions about medical care, funeral arrangements, and financial matters related to their loved ones' illnesses or deaths. Once Santos had established himself as a trusted advisor, he would begin suggesting that certain family members were suffering unnecessarily and might be better served by receiving God's mercy through a peaceful death rather than prolonging their agony through medical intervention. He would offer to administer what he called sacred oils that would ease their transition to the afterlife, substances that were actually sophisticated poisons designed to cause symptoms that resembled natural progression of illness. Santos was particularly skilled at manipulating religious guilt and fear, convincing family members that refusing his offers of spiritual intervention might condemn their loved ones to suffering in the afterlife. He would cite obscure theological concepts and biblical passages to support his arguments, creating a framework of religious justification for what were actually calculated murders, designed to satisfy his own psychological needs. The scope of Santos's crimes didn't apparent until 1993 become when a hospital chaplain became suspicious about the number of deaths that seemed to occur shortly after visits from the mysterious priest. The investigation that followed revealed that Santos had been operating across multiple states for nearly 5 years, leaving behind a trail of at least 31 deaths that had been attributed to natural causes or divine intervention rather than murder. The real identity of the man calling himself Father Santos was never definitively established. When authorities finally tracked him down, they discovered that his fingerprints didn't match any known criminal or missing person in national databases. His background was a complete fabrication, constructed with such skill that even experienced investigators struggled to separate truth from fiction in his personal history. During his trial, the man continued to insist that he was indeed Father Michael Santos, and that he had been carrying out God's will by helping suffering souls transition peacefully to the afterlife. He claimed that the families he had served were grateful for his intervention, and that law enforcement was persecuting him for his religious beliefs crimes. The rather than prosecuting him for legitimate Santos case highlighted the particular vulnerability of people who were dealing with grief, illness, and spiritual crisis, situations that made them susceptible to manipulation by predators who understood how to exploit religious faith and cultural traditions. It also revealed how easily someone with sufficient knowledge and preparation could assume a trusted social role and use that position to facilitate terrible crimes. But even more chilling than individual predators who assumed false identities were those who operated within existing systems of authority and trust, using legitimate positions to facilitate their crimes while Dorothea apparent dedication to serve injecting suspicion through their others. Dr. Michael Swango has spent over a decade moving between hospitals and medical facilities across the United States, leaving behind a trail of unexplained deaths that were consistently attributed to natural causes or medical complications rather than deliberate murder. Swango had completed medical school and residency training, giving him legitimate credentials that allowed him to secure positions at prestigious medical institutions, despite a pattern of suspicious incidents that should have raised red flags about his competence and character. His colleagues described him as dedicated and hard-working, often volunteering for extra shifts and showing particular interest in caring for the most critically ill patients. What they didn't know was that Swango was using his medical knowledge and access to conduct what he privately called experiments in human mortality, administering various toxins and drugs to patients to observe their effects on the dying process. He kept detailed journals of these activities, recording physiological responses, timing intervals between administration and death, and his own emotional reactions to watching people die under his direct control. Swango's method was particularly insidious because it exploited the natural expectation that some patients would die despite receiving appropriate medical care. He would select victims who were already seriously ill, making their deaths appear to be unfortunate but unsurprising outcomes rather than the results of deliberate intervention. His medical training allowed him to choose substances and dosages that would be difficult to detect in routine autopsies, especially when deaths occurred in patients with complex underlying conditions. Over his career, Swango was suspected in the deaths of at least 60 patients, though the true number could be much higher given the difficulty of distinguishing his murders from natural deaths in hospital settings. He moved frequently between institutions, always staying ahead of investigations that might have revealed the patterns in his patient mortality rates. Swango's crimes were only definitively proven when he made the mistake of attempting to poison colleagues who had become suspicious of his activities. The investigation that followed revealed the journals he had kept, filled with detailed descriptions of patient deaths and his own reactions to causing them. The clinical language he used to describe murder was more disturbing than any emotional outburst could have been, revealing a mind that had completely dehumanized both his victims and himself. During his eventual trial, Swango showed no remorse for his victims, instead expressing frustration that his research had been interrupted by what he characterized as bureaucratic interference with legitimate medical inquiry. He was sentenced to life in prison without the possibility of parole, but questions remained about whether other medical professionals might be conducting similar activities at institutions where oversight and accountability were insufficient to detect systematic murder disguised as natural death. The Swango case exposed fundamental weaknesses in the systems designed to monitor medical professionals and protect patients from harm. Despite multiple incidents and complaints throughout his career, he had been able to continue practicing medicine simply by moving to new locations where his history wasn't known or properly investigated. The case led to reforms in credentialing and background check procedures, but critics argued that determined predators could still exploit gaps in these systems to continue operating. But perhaps the most disturbing cases are those where the killers were never caught, never identified, never even suspected by the communities where they operated. In the Pacific Northwest during the 1990s, a series of disappearances among migrant farm workers pointed to the existence of what investigators privately called the harvest killer, a predator who seemed to target the most vulnerable and invisible members of agricultural communities. The pattern was subtle and easily overlooked by law enforcement agencies that were already overwhelmed by drug-related violence and other crimes that received more public attention. Migrant workers would simply disappear between job sites, their absence often not reported for days or weeks because of their transient lifestyle and limited connections to established communities. Many were undocumented immigrants who avoided contact with authorities, making investigation of their disappearances particularly challenging. The few witnesses who came forward described encounters with a man who appeared to be a labor contractor or farm supervisor, someone with legitimate reasons for being in agricultural areas and interacting with workers. He would offer transportation between job sites, promise better working conditions at different farms, or claim to have information about family members who had moved to other areas seeking work. Workers who accepted these offers would vanish completely, leaving behind only the meager possessions they carried and the testimony of fellow workers who had seen them leave with the mysterious contractor. The disappearances occurred across a wide geographic area spanning Oregon, Washington, and Northern California, suggesting a killer who was highly mobile and familiar with the patterns of agricultural work that brought vulnerable people into remote rural areas. Law enforcement agencies struggled to investigate these cases effectively due to language barriers, immigration concerns, and the transient nature of both victims and potential witnesses. Many disappearances were never officially reported, and those that were often received minimal attention from investigators who assumed the missing workers had simply moved on to other employment opportunities. The Harvest Killer case remains unsolved, though investigators believe the predator may have been responsible for as many as 50 disappearances over an 8-year period. The murders stopped abruptly in 1998, leading some to speculate that the killer had died, been imprisoned for other crimes, or moved his operations to a different region where his activities hadn't yet been detected. The legacy of the Harvest Killer continues to impact migrant communities throughout the region, creating an atmosphere of fear and suspicion that makes workers even more reluctant to report crimes or cooperate with law enforcement. The case highlighted the particular vulnerability of undocumented immigrants and other marginalized populations who exist at the edges of society, where predators can operate with near impunity while their victims suffer in silence. These forgotten monsters represent just a fraction of the killers who have operated in the shadows of American society, exploiting gaps in our systems of protection and accountability to prey on the most vulnerable members of our communities. Their stories remain largely untold, not because they were less dangerous than more famous killers, but because they understood how to avoid the attention that might have led to their capture and prosecution. The true horror of these cases lies not just in the individual acts of violence they represent, but in the systematic failures that allowed them to continue unchecked for so long. Time and again, we see patterns of institutional indifference, bureaucratic incompetence, and social prejudice that created perfect conditions for predators to thrive, while their victims suffered without hope of rescue or justice. Perhaps most chilling of all is the realization that these documented cases likely represent only the tip of an iceberg of undetected crime that continues to this day. For every predator who was eventually caught and prosecuted, how many others operated with complete success, to their taking their secrets graves while their victims remain forever missing, their fates unknown to the families who still hope for answers that will never come. The monsters we fear are not the fictional creatures of horror movies or urban legends. They are the ordinary looking people who sit beside us in church, who teach our children, who care for our elderly relatives, who hold positions of trust and authority in our communities. They understand that the best hiding place is often in plain sight, and they exploit our natural tendency to trust those who present themselves as helpers and protectors. In a world where we depend on institutions, credentials, and social bonds to maintain order and safety, these predators represent a fundamental violation of the contracts that hold civilization together. They remind us that evil often wears the most respectable faces, hiding behind masks of compassion and authority while carrying out acts that challenge our understanding of human nature itself. Their victims were not random strangers plucked from the streets by obviously dangerous individuals. They were people who trusted the wrong person at the wrong time, individuals who accepted help from someone who seemed safe and legitimate, but who was actually a calculating predator waiting for the perfect opportunity to strike. The betrayal of trust that characterized these crimes adds an extra dimension of horror that goes beyond simple physical violence to touch something fundamental about our ability to function as social beings. As we remember these forgotten victims and the monsters who destroyed their lives, we must also confront the uncomfortable truth that similar predators are almost certainly operating among us today. They have learned from the mistakes of those who came before them, adapting their methods to exploit new technologies and social changes while continuing to target the same vulnerable populations that have always attracted their attention. The price of safety in a civilized society is eternal vigilance, not just from law enforcement agencies, but from every member of the community who has the power to notice when something doesn't seem right and the courage to speak up when their instincts tell them that someone may be in danger. The victims of these forgotten killers deserved better protection than they received, and the best way to honor their memory is to ensure that their stories serve as warnings that might prevent future tragedies from occurring in the shadows where evil loves to hide. The darkness we've explored so far represents only a fraction of the predators who have walked among us undetected, their crimes buried beneath layers of bureaucracy, indifference, and time itself. But there are others whose stories have been deliberately erased, whose victims vanished so completely that even their names have been forgotten by history. In the humid backroads of Louisiana during the early 1980s, truck drivers began whispering about stretches of highway where hitchhikers would disappear without explanation. The locals called it the Devil's Corridor, a 100-mile stretch of Interstate 10 between Baton Rouge and Lafayette, where something was hunting. What they didn't know was that behind the wheel of an 18-wheeler painted forest green lived a man named Eugene Britt, who had turned long-haul trucking into the perfect cover for a coast-to-coast killing spree. Britt understood the rhythms of highway life better than most. He knew which truck stops catered to lot lizards and runaways, which rest areas attracted drifters looking for rides to nowhere, and which stretches of road offered the kind of isolation where screams would be swallowed by engine noise and wind. His rig was equipped with custom modifications that turned the sleeper cab into a mobile torture chamber, complete with restraints, soundproofing, and a collection of tools that served no legitimate purpose. The victims Britt chose were society's invisibles, people whose disappearances would generate missing person reports that gathered dust in understaffed police departments across multiple states. Teenage runaways fleeing abusive homes, sex workers trying to get from one city to another, hitchhikers who thought they'd caught a lucky break when a friendly trucker offered them a ride and a meal. They climbed into his cab expecting salvation and found only nightmare. Britt's method was refined through repetition. He would drive for hours with bound victims in his sleeper, timing their deaths to coincide with remote stretches of highway where he could dispose of bodies in rivers, ravines, or abandoned buildings without fear of discovery. He kept souvenirs from each kill, photographs that he would study during his mandatory rest periods, reliving the moment when hope died in his victim's eyes. The interstate highway system had created a perfect hunting ground for predators like Britt, allowing them to commit crimes across multiple jurisdictions while staying ahead of investigations that rarely connected dots separated by hundreds of miles. Local law enforcement agencies had no way of knowing that the murdered prostitute found in their county was connected to the missing hitchhiker 3 states away, all victims of the same killer who lived on the road. Britt operated with near impunity for 7 years, claiming at least 32 lives across 14 states before a mechanical breakdown finally led to his capture. When his truck broke down outside Amarillo, Texas, the tow truck driver who responded noticed a foul smell coming from the cab and bloodstains on the interior walls. The police search that followed uncovered a chamber of horrors that shocked even experienced investigators who thought they had seen everything. During his confession, Britt showed no remorse for his victims, describing them as passengers who had gotten what they deserved for trusting strangers. He kept detailed logs of his kills, treating murder like a business transaction with dates, locations, and brief descriptions of each victim's final moments. The clinical nature of his record keeping was more disturbing than any emotional outburst could have been. The case revealed the vulnerability of America's transient population and the ease with which predators could exploit the anonymity of highway travel to commit crimes that would never be connected or solved. Britt was executed in 1994, but investigators believe he may have been responsible for dozens of additional murders that were never linked to his activities. But even more chilling than Britt's highway hunting was the systematic elimination of an entire family that took place in rural Montana during the winter of 1985. The Hendersons lived on a remote ranch 40 miles from the nearest town, a hard-working family of 6 who raised cattle and kept to themselves in the way that mountain people often do. When spring came and they failed to bring their livestock to market, neighbors assumed they had decided to sell the ranch and move somewhere warmer. It wasn't until a Forest Service helicopter spotted what looked like unmarked graves on the Henderson property that anyone realized something was wrong. The investigation that followed uncovered one of the most methodical family annihilations in American criminal history, carried out by someone who had spent months planning every detail of their destruction. The killer was identified as Raymond Kowalski, a drifter who had worked briefly for the Hendersons during the previous summer before disappearing without notice. What the family didn't know was that Kowalski had been studying their routines, mapping their property, and identifying weaknesses in their security that he could exploit when winter isolation made discovery of his crimes unlikely. Kowalski returned to the ranch in January, when deep snow would prevent easy escape and harsh weather would discourage visitors who might interrupt his work. He entered the house during a blizzard, overpowering the family members one by one and restraining them in the basement where he had prepared a makeshift prison equipped with everything he needed for prolonged torture. The physical evidence suggested that Kowalski had kept the family alive for weeks, subjecting them to psychological and physical torment that served no purpose beyond his own twisted gratification. He forced them to watch as he tortured other family members, creating a hierarchy of suffering that broke their spirits before he finally killed them. The children were made to witness their parents' deaths, while the parents were forced to choose which child would die first. When the torture finally ended, Kowalski spent several days systematically destroying all evidence of the family's existence. He burned their personal belongings, scattered their livestock, and buried their bodies in graves that he had dug during the summer while working for them. He then lived in their house for the remainder of the winter, using their supplies and reading their books while their corpses froze in the ground beneath his feet. The Henderson case remained unsolved for years because Kowalski had vanished as completely as his victims. He had used the winter months to plan his next move, eventually surfacing in Oregon under a different name with forged identification that allowed him to disappear into the anonymous world of seasonal agricultural work. It wasn't until a routine background check in 1991 revealed discrepancies in his employment history that investigators connected him to the Montana murders. During his trial, Kowalski claimed that the Hendersons had cheated him out of wages and that their deaths were justified revenge for their mistreatment of a desperate worker. The prosecution countered with evidence showing the elaborate preparation that had gone into the crimes, including detailed sketches of the ranch layout and lists of supplies needed for extended torture sessions. The premeditation was so extensive that prosecutors argued Kowalski had been planning the murders from the moment he first applied for work with the family. But perhaps even more disturbing than these documented cases are the killers who remain completely unknown, whose existence can only be inferred from patterns of disappearances that suggest coordinated predation by individuals who have never been identified or caught. In the industrial cities of the Rust Belt during the 1990s, a phenomenon known as the Foundry Vanishings claimed the lives of dozens of factory workers who simply disappeared between shifts without explanation. The victims were typically single men who worked night shifts at steel mills and manufacturing plants, individuals whose irregular schedules and limited social connections meant their absences might not be noticed for days or weeks. They would finish their shifts, punch out on time, and then vanish somewhere between the factory parking lot and their homes, leaving behind only their cars and the growing certainty that something was systematically hunting the men who kept America's industrial machinery running. Police investigations revealed no common threads beyond the victim's employment in heavy industry and their habit of walking home through neighborhoods that became deserted after the factories closed for the night. There were no witnesses to the disappearances, no evidence of struggle at the scenes where the men were last seen, and no bodies to provide clues about how they had died. What made the Foundry Vanishings particularly unsettling was their systematic nature, occurring with clockwork regularity every few weeks across multiple cities in Ohio, Pennsylvania, and Michigan. The geographical spread suggested either a highly mobile killer or a network of predators operating in coordination, but investigators found no evidence of communication between potential suspects in different locations. The disappearances stopped as abruptly as they had begun, coinciding with the closure of several major manufacturing facilities and the economic downturn that devastated Rust Belt communities in the late 1990s. Some investigators theorized that the killer or killers had been displaced by the same economic forces that were destroying the industrial base that had provided their hunting grounds. The Foundry Vanishings case files remain open in multiple jurisdictions, though active investigation ceased years ago due to lack of new evidence or leads. The families of the missing men continue to search for answers, organizing private investigation efforts and maintaining websites that document their loved ones' disappearances in hopes that someone will eventually come forward with information that could solve the mystery. But even more chilling than mass disappearances are the individual cases where killers have perfected methods that leave no trace of their crimes or their identities. Consider the case of the Mercy Killer, a predator who operated within the healthcare system of a major metropolitan area during the 2000s, systematically murdering patients who were recovering from surgery or serious illness. Unlike typical hospital killers who target the terminally ill or elderly, the Mercy Killer focused on younger patients who were expected to make full recoveries from their medical procedures. The victims would be progressing normally through their treatment when they would suddenly experience complications that led to rapid deterioration and death, to be tragic outcomes that appear but not unprecedented in complex medical situations. The killer's method was sophisticated beyond anything previously documented in healthcare-related murders. Rather than using obvious toxins or drugs that might be detected in routine autopsies, the predator employed subtle manipulations of existing medical equipment and treatments that would cause fatal complications while appearing to be equipment failures or procedural errors. Ventilators would malfunction in ways that suggested mechanical problems rather than sabotage. IV lines would become contaminated with bacteria that occurred naturally in hospital environments, and surgical incisions would develop infections that seemed to result from inadequate sterile technique rather than deliberate introduction of pathogens. The deaths were spread across multiple hospitals and occurred over several years, making pattern recognition extremely difficult for investigators who were dealing with institutions that were reluctant to acknowledge the possibility of deliberate murder within their facilities. Hospital administrators preferred to attribute the deaths to the inherent risks of medical treatment rather than face the liability and public relations nightmares that would result from admitting they had been infiltrated by a killer. The Mercy Killer case was never officially solved, though hospital deaths matching the pattern ceased after new security protocols were implemented across the metropolitan area's medical facilities. Some investigators believe the killer may have been a healthcare worker who left the region when increased scrutiny made continued operation too risky, while others speculate that the predator may have died or been imprisoned for unrelated crimes. The case highlighted the particular vulnerability of patients who trust healthcare systems with their lives, placing themselves in situations where they are completely dependent on others for survival. It also revealed how easily someone with medical knowledge could exploit that trust to commit murders that would be nearly impossible to detect or prosecute. The hospital, where the highest number of suspicious deaths occurred, implemented changes in staffing protocols and patient monitoring systems, but critics argued that these measures were insufficient to prevent similar crimes by determined predators who understood how to exploit weaknesses in medical security procedures. Perhaps most disturbing of all are the killers who operate within families and communities, using bonds of blood and friendship to gain access to victims who never suspect that their trusted relatives or neighbors are planning their deaths. The phenomenon of familial serial killing reaches its most extreme expression in cases where entire bloodlines are systematically eliminated by individuals who see murder as a solution to inheritance disputes, family conflicts, or simply the inconvenience of maintaining relationships with people they find annoying. In the mountains of West Virginia, during the 1970s, the Blackwood family experienced what appeared to be a string of tragic accidents and sudden illnesses that claimed the lives of nearly 24 relatives over a 5-year period. Car crashes, hunting accidents, heart attacks, and strokes eliminated family members one by one until only a handful of survivors remained to inherit the substantial land holdings and mineral rights that had been accumulated over generations. The deaths were scattered across enough time and geographic area that local authorities never connected them as related crimes, treating each incident as an isolated tragedy rather than part of a coordinated campaign of elimination. The victims ranged from elderly grandparents who died peacefully in their sleep to middle-aged relatives who suffered fatal accidents while engaged in routine activities they had performed safely for decades. What investigators eventually discovered was that the deaths had been orchestrated by Marcus Blackwood, a family member who had been systematically murdering his relatives to consolidate control over family assets and eliminate potential heirs who might challenge his claims to inherited property. Blackwood had studied each victim's habits and health conditions, planning deaths that would appear natural or accidental while serving his ultimate goal of becoming the sole surviving beneficiary of family wealth. The murders required extensive planning and patience, as Blackwood had to wait for opportunities when he could kill relatives without creating suspicion about his involvement. He caused car accidents by tampering with vehicles in ways that would lead to crashes on dangerous mountain roads, induced heart attacks in relatives with existing cardiac conditions by introducing substances that would trigger fatal episodes, and staged hunting accidents during family gatherings where multiple people had access to firearms. Blackwood's crimes were only discovered when a suspicious insurance investigator noticed the unusual number of claims related to deaths in a single family and began examining the circumstances more carefully. The investigation revealed a paper trail of life insurance policies, property transfers, and inheritance documents that showed Blackwood had been positioning himself to benefit financially from each death while maintaining plausible deniability about his involvement in the tragedies. The case shocked the close knit mountain community where the Blackwood family had lived for generations, destroying trust between relatives and creating suspicions that continue to poison family relationships decades after the killer's conviction and execution. The surviving family members struggled with the knowledge that someone they had trusted and loved had been methodically planning their deaths while sharing holiday meals and family celebrations. But even more chilling than family annihilation cases are those where killers have operated within religious communities, using spiritual authority and sacred trust to facilitate crimes that their victims never suspected were possible within institutions dedicated to compassion and salvation. The phenomenon of clerical serial killing represents a particularly disturbing violation of religious faith and community bonds that can destroy entire congregations when the truth finally emerges. Throughout the 1980s, members of St. Catherine's Catholic Church in rural Nebraska began experiencing a series of spiritual crises that seemed to affect the most devout members of the congregation. Elderly parishioners who had been pillars of the community would suddenly lose their faith, becoming depressed and withdrawn before dying unexpectedly in their sleep. Younger members would suffer nervous breakdowns, abandoning their families and disappearing without explanation. The parish priest, Father Thomas Kellerman, was viewed as a saint by his congregation for his dedication to counseling troubled parishioners through these difficult periods. He would spend hours with families affected by these spiritual crises, providing comfort and guidance while working tirelessly to restore their faith and heal their emotional wounds. His reputation for compassion attracted people from surrounding communities who sought his help with their own religious doubts and personal problems. What the congregation didn't know was that Father Kellerman was systematically destroying the faith and lives of his parishioners through psychological manipulation and spiritual abuse that drove his victims to despair and, in many cases, suicide. He would identify vulnerable members of his congregation and subject them to intense counseling sessions designed to break down their psychological defenses and make them completely dependent on his guidance. The process began with private confession sessions where Kellerman would probe for personal secrets and psychological vulnerabilities that he could exploit later. He would convince parishioners that their sins were so terrible that only extreme penance could earn God's forgiveness, prescribing increasingly harsh forms of self-punishment that isolated his victims from their support networks and made them more susceptible to his control. As the psychological manipulation intensified, Kellerman would convince his victims that they were fundamentally evil and unworthy of salvation, driving them to states of despair where suicide seemed like the only escape from their spiritual torment. He would provide detailed instructions about methods of self-destruction while maintaining plausible deniability by framing his advice as theological discussions about martyrdom and sacrifice. Over an 8-year period, Father Kellerman was directly responsible for at least 19 suicides among his parishioners, though the true number could be much higher given the number of congregation members who disappeared or died under suspicious circumstances during his tenure. The deaths were spread out over time and appeared to result from individual spiritual crises rather than systematic manipulation by their trusted spiritual advisor. Kellerman's crimes were only discovered when a surviving victim came forward with recordings of counseling sessions that revealed the systematic nature of his psychological abuse. The investigation that followed exposed a pattern of spiritual manipulation that had destroyed dozens of lives while masquerading as religious ministry dedicated to healing and salvation. The case devastated the Catholic community in Nebraska and surrounding states, leading to widespread questioning of religious authority and the implementation of new oversight procedures designed to prevent similar abuse by clergy members. Many survivors of Kellerman's manipulation struggled to rebuild their faith after learning that someone they had trusted with their spiritual welfare had been deliberately destroying their psychological well-being. But perhaps the most disturbing aspect of these forgotten killers is how many of them were never caught, never identified, never even suspected by the communities where they lived and worked. They walk among us still, hidden behind masks of respectability, while planning their next moves in games of death that may never end until they choose to stop or are finally discovered by investigators who connect dots that have been scattered across decades and continents. The true horror lies not just in what these predators have done, but in what they represent about the nature of evil itself. They remind us that monsters don't announce themselves with dramatic gestures or obvious warning signs. They smile at us across dinner tables, teach our children in classrooms, care for our elderly parents in nursing homes, and hold positions of trust and authority that give them access to the most vulnerable members of our society. Their victims trusted them because trust is what makes civilization possible, and their betrayal of that trust strikes at something fundamental about our ability to function as social beings. The knowledge that such predators exist among us changes how we see the world, introducing elements of suspicion and fear into relationships that should be sources of comfort and security. The stories of these forgotten killers serve as warnings about the price of complacency in a world where evil often wears the most respectable faces. They remind us that vigilance is the price of safety, and that our willingness to speak up when something seems wrong may be the only thing standing between potential victims and predators who understand exactly how to exploit our trust for their own terrible purposes. In the end, these monsters succeeded not because they were supernatural beings with impossible powers, but because they understood human nature better than their victims understood theirs. They exploited our need to trust, our desire to help others, our respect for authority, and our reluctance to believe that people we know and care about could be capable of unthinkable evil. The darkness they represent is not some external force that invades our communities from outside, but something that grows within ordinary people who choose to embrace their worst impulses rather than resist them. They are the shadows cast by the light of civilization itself, reminders that every act of kindness and trust creates opportunities for those who would exploit goodness for evil ends. Their legacy is not just the lives they destroyed, but the fear and suspicion they introduced into communities that may never fully recover from learning what monsters had been living among them. They changed not just the lives of their direct victims, but the entire social fabric of the places where they operated, leaving behind wounds that continue to bleed long after their crimes have ended. The most chilling realization of all is that somewhere, right now, another predator is reading these words and learning from the mistakes of those who came before. They are adapting, evolving, finding new ways to exploit the systems and relationships that hold our society together. The game continues, and the only question is whether we will recognize the warning signs in time to stop them before they claim their next victims. These forgotten monsters prove that evil is not some abstract concept or distant threat, but a present reality that walks among us every day. The price of ignoring that reality is measured in lives destroyed, families shattered, and communities torn apart by the revelation that the people they trusted most were actually their greatest enemies. The awareness that such predators continue to operate in our midst becomes even more disturbing when we examine cases that have been deliberately buried by those with the power to cover them up. In the sprawling suburbs of Phoenix, Arizona during the mid-1990s, a man named Gerald Schaefer had perfected what he called his neighborhood watch program, positioning himself as the concerned citizen who kept track of everyone's comings and goings while secretly planning their deaths. Schaefer had moved to Phoenix after retiring from a career in municipal administration, presenting himself as a widowed grandfather who wanted to spend his golden years contributing to community safety. He organized block parties, coordinated neighborhood watch meetings, and maintained detailed logs of suspicious activities that he shared with local police. His house became the unofficial headquarters for community safety initiatives, with neighbors dropping by regularly to discuss concerns and share information about potential security threats. What made Schaefer particularly dangerous was his systematic approach to victim selection and his understanding of how suburban communities functioned. He spent months studying his neighbors' routines, identifying households where people lived alone, worked irregular hours, or had limited contact with family members who might notice their absence. His position as neighborhood watch coordinator gave him legitimate reasons for knowing everyone's schedules and having access to homes when residents were away. The murder sized as natural began slowly, discreet deaths that occurred among the community's more vulnerable residents. An elderly woman who lived alone suffered what appeared to be a heart attack while gardening in her backyard. A divorced man in his 40s died of an apparent drug overdose, despite having no history of substance abuse. A teenage girl whose parents worked night shifts was found dead in her bedroom, apparently the victim of a random home invasion that netted the intruder less than $50 in cash. Each death was investigated separately by different detectives who saw no connection between the isolated incidents. Schaefer attended every funeral, comforted grieving families, and used each tragedy as an opportunity to advocate for increased security measures that would give him even more access to his neighbors' homes and personal information. He proposed key exchange programs, emergency contact systems, and regular welfare checks that positioned him as the central coordinator of community safety while actually facilitating his crimes. Schaefer's method was refined through years of experimentation with different approaches to killing that would avoid detection. He had studied forensic procedures and understood exactly what evidence investigators would look for in suspicious death cases. His victims were killed using methods that mimicked natural causes or accidental deaths, with substances and techniques that would degrade or disappear before bodies were discovered. The pattern only became apparent when a new detective named Maria Santos was assigned to review cold cases and noticed the unusual concentration of unexplained deaths within a single neighborhood. Her investigation revealed that Schaefer had been present at or near every crime scene, either as the person who discovered the body or as a concerned neighbor who had been checking on the victim. The statistical probability of such coincidences occurring naturally was virtually zero. When police searched Schaefer's home, they found detailed files on every resident in his neighborhood, complete with photographs, daily schedules, and notes about personal vulnerabilities that could be exploited. Hidden in his basement was a collection of personal items taken from crime scenes, trophies that he had kept to commemorate each successful kill. Most disturbing of all was a journal in which he rated his victims' deaths on various criteria, treating murder like a competitive sport where he was constantly trying to improve his performance. During his confession, Schaefer expressed no remorse for his victims, instead complaining that the investigation had interrupted what he called his retirement project. He described the murders as a form of community service, claiming that he was eliminating people who were drains on society or whose deaths would ultimately benefit their neighbors. The clinical detachment with which he discussed killing people he had known for years was more chilling than any display of emotion could have been. But even more disturbing than neighborhood predators like Schaefer are those who operate within institutions designed to protect the most vulnerable members of society. Dr. Patricia Woodhouse spent 15 years working as a pediatrician at children's hospitals across the Southeast, building a reputation as a dedicated physician who specialized in treating the sickest young patients. Her colleagues admired her willingness to work with terminally ill children, and grateful parents praised her compassionate care during their family's darkest hours. What no one suspected was that Dr. Woodhouse was using her medical expertise to conduct experiments on dying children, accelerating their deaths while studying the physiological processes involved in pediatric mortality. She had developed a fascination with the moment of death itself, particularly in young patients whose bodies responded differently to various toxins and medical interventions than adult subjects would. Woodhouse's victims were children who were already expected to die from their underlying conditions, making her murders virtually impossible to detect through routine medical oversight. She would alter medication dosages, introduce experimental drugs that weren't approved for pediatric use, or simply withhold life-sustaining treatments while telling families that everything possible was being done to save their children. The doctor kept detailed records of each child's death, documenting physiological responses, timing intervals, and her own observations about the dying process. She treated these murders as research opportunities, telling herself that she was advancing medical knowledge about pediatric mortality while actually satisfying her own twisted curiosity about death and suffering. Her crimes were only discovered when a suspicious pharmacist noticed unusual patterns in her medication orders and reported them to hospital administration. The investigation that followed revealed a systematic pattern of unexplained deaths among her patients, leading to her arrest and the horrifying realization that dozens of children had been murdered by someone their families had trusted to save them. During her trial, Woodhouse maintained that her actions had curiosity and had been motivated by scientific desire to reduce suffering in terminally ill children. She showed no understanding of the ethical violations involved in her behavior, instead, expressing frustration that her research had been interrupted by what she characterized as bureaucratic interference with legitimate medical inquiry. But perhaps even more chilling than institutional killers are those who create their own systems of control, building elaborate networks that trap victims for extended periods before finally destroying them. In the remote forests of Northern California during the early 2000s, a compound known as the Harmony Institute attracted people seeking spiritual healing and alternative lifestyles, offering programs that promise to help participants overcome addiction, trauma, and other life challenges. The facility was operated by a man calling himself Brother Marcus, who presented himself as a spiritual teacher with advanced degrees in psychology and extensive experience helping people overcome personal difficulties. His programs combined elements of various religious traditions with psychological techniques that he claimed could heal emotional wounds and unlock human potential that conventional therapy couldn't access. What attracted people to Harmony Institute was Brother Marcus's promise that participants could achieve complete transformation in a matter of months, leaving behind their old lives and emerging as enlightened beings who had transcended ordinary human limitations. The program was expensive and exclusive, marketed to wealthy individuals who were struggling with depression, addiction, or spiritual emptiness that money couldn't cure. New arrivals at Harmony Institute were immediately isolated from the outside world, required to surrender all personal possessions and cut contact with family members and friends who might interfere with their spiritual development. Brother Marcus explained that these restrictions were necessary to prevent negative influences from undermining the transformation process, and most participants willingly complied because they were desperate for the changes he promised. The daily routine at Harmony Institute was designed to break down participants' psychological defenses through a combination of sleep deprivation, inadequate nutrition, and constant psychological pressure. Brother Marcus would conduct group sessions where individuals were forced to confess their deepest secrets and submit to public humiliation disguised as spiritual cleansing. Those who resisted or questioned his methods were subjected to additional punishments that were presented as advanced therapeutic techniques. As participants became more psychologically dependent on Brother Marcus's approval, he would begin selecting certain individuals for private sessions that involved increasingly extreme forms of physical and psychological abuse. He convinced victims that their suffering was necessary for spiritual growth and that resisting his methods would prevent them from achieving the enlightenment they had paid so much to attain. The most vulnerable participants were gradually isolated even further from the group, moved to private cabins where Brother Marcus could subject them to prolonged torture without interference from other residents. These sessions were presented as intensive spiritual work that only the most advanced students could handle, making victims feel privileged to be chosen for what was actually systematic destruction of their psychological and physical well being. Over a 7-year period, at least 23 people died at Harmony Institute under circumstances that were officially attributed to suicides, accidents, or natural causes related to the intensive nature of the spiritual work being conducted there. Brother Marcus would explain each death as a tragic but understandable outcome of the deep psychological work that was necessary for true transformation, and most survivors accepted these explanations because they had been conditioned to trust his judgment completely. The truth about Harmony Institute only emerged when a former participant named David Chen managed to escape and reach authorities with evidence of the systematic abuse occurring at the facility. His testimony led to raids that uncovered torture equipment, detailed records of abuse sessions, and video recordings that Brother Marcus had made for his own entertainment. The investigation revealed that Brother Marcus was actually Robert Kellerman, a former psychiatric technician who had been fired from multiple institutions for patient abuse. He had created an entirely fictional background as a spiritual teacher, using forged credentials and fabricated testimonials to attract victims to his remote facility, where he could torture and kill them without interference from outside authorities. During his trial, Kellerman showed no remorse for his victims, instead expressing anger that his spiritual work had been misunderstood by investigators who lacked the vision to appreciate the advanced techniques he had been developing. He maintained that the deaths at Harmony Institute had been necessary sacrifices in service of higher spiritual purposes that ordinary people couldn't comprehend. The case highlighted the vulnerability of people seeking spiritual healing and alternative treatments, particularly those who were isolated from support networks and desperate for solutions to problems that conventional approaches hadn't been able to address. It also revealed how easily predators could exploit spiritual language and therapeutic concepts to justify systematic abuse and murder. But even more disturbing than organized compounds like Harmony Institute are the killers who operate entirely alone, developing methods so sophisticated that their crimes remain undetected for decades. In the industrial cities of the Great Lakes region during the 1980s and 1990s, a predator known only as the shift worker began targeting employees of factories and processing plants using his intimate knowledge of industrial schedules and security procedures to abduct and kill workers without leaving any evidence of his crimes. The shift worker understood that industrial facilities operated around the clock with minimal security, creating opportunities for someone with inside knowledge to move freely through areas where workers were isolated and vulnerable. He would study shift schedules and security rotations for months before selecting targets, identifying employees who worked alone during quiet periods when their absence wouldn't be noticed until hours after their shifts had ended. The abductions were carried out with military precision, suggesting that the shift worker had extensive training in surveillance and tactical operations. Victims would simply vanish from their workstations during routine tasks, leaving behind no signs of struggle or evidence of how they had been removed from secure facilities. Security cameras would malfunction at crucial moments, and access logs would show no unauthorized entries during the times when workers disappeared. The bodies were never found, despite extensive searches of industrial sites and surrounding areas where victims might have been disposed of. The shift worker had apparently perfected methods for eliminating all physical evidence of his crimes, possibly using industrial equipment to completely destroy remains or transporting bodies to disposal sites that were beyond the reach of conventional investigation techniques. What made the case particularly frustrating for investigators was the complete absence of witnesses or physical evidence that could provide leads about the killer's identity or methods. Workers at affected facilities reported feeling watched during their shifts, but no one could identify specific individuals who seemed suspicious or out of place. The shift worker was apparently skilled at blending into industrial environments where he could observe potential victims without attracting attention. The disappearances followed no obvious pattern beyond their connection to industrial workplaces, making it impossible for investigators to predict where the killer might strike next. Victims were chosen from different types of facilities across multiple states, suggesting either a highly mobile predator or someone whose job required regular travel to various industrial sites. The shift worker case remains unsolved, though the disappearances stopped abruptly in 1997 without explanation. Some investigators believe the killer may have died or been imprisoned for unrelated crimes, while others speculate that he simply moved his operations to a different region or changed his methods to avoid detection. The families of missing workers continue to search for answers, but the complete absence of evidence has made progress virtually impossible. But perhaps most chilling of all are the killers whose existence can only be inferred from statistical anomalies and patterns that suggest systematic predation by individuals who have achieved complete invisibility within their communities. In rural counties across the Mountain West during the 2000s, actuarial analysts noticed unusual spikes in accidental deaths and suicides among specific demographic groups, patterns that couldn't be explained by economic conditions, environmental factors, or other variables that typically influence mortality rates. So the anomalies were subtle enough that they might have been dismissed as statistical noise if they hadn't occurred consistently across multiple states with similar geographic and economic characteristics. Young adults living alone in remote areas were dying at rates significantly higher than national averages, with causes of death that appeared random and unconnected but occurred with suspicious frequency in certain zip codes. Insurance investigators who examined these cases found that many of the deaths had resulted in payouts to beneficiaries who had recently purchased policies on the deceased individuals, often just months before the fatal accidents occurred. The beneficiaries were typically distant relatives or acquaintances who had convinced victims to take out insurance policies as part of financial planning or investment schemes that promised significant returns. What emerged was evidence of a coordinated network of predators who were using insurance fraud as a cover for systematic murder, targeting isolated individuals who could be killed without generating suspicion from law enforcement agencies that lacked the resources or expertise to recognize patterns spread across multiple jurisdictions. The killers were apparently skilled at making murders appear to be accidents or suicides, while ensuring that they would benefit financially from their victims' deaths. The investigation was complicated by the fact that many of the suspicious deaths had occurred years earlier, and evidence had been destroyed or contaminated by inadequate forensic procedures in rural counties where violent crime was rare and investigators lacked experience with complex murder cases. The insurance companies involved were reluctant to cooperate fully with law enforcement because acknowledging the fraud would expose them to massive financial liability and regulatory sanctions. Despite years of investigation, no arrests were ever made in connection with the Mountain West insurance murders, though several suspicious, after the investigation deaths stopped occurring, became public and insurance companies implemented new verification procedures for policy applications. The case remains open in multiple jurisdictions, but active investigation has ceased due to lack of evidence and witnesses who might testify about the network's operations. The Mountain West case represents a new evolution in serial killing, where predators have learned to exploit complex financial and legal systems to facilitate their crimes while avoiding the behavioral patterns that traditional investigative techniques are designed to detect. These killers understand that modern society creates opportunities for patient, intelligent predators who can think in terms of years rather than moments when planning their attacks. The victims of these forgotten monsters shared common characteristics that made them vulnerable to predation. They were isolated from support networks, trusted authority figures who seemed legitimate, and found themselves in situations where their safety depended entirely on the goodwill of people who had already decided to destroy them. Their deaths serve as warnings about the price of complacency in a world where evil has learned to disguise itself behind masks of respectability and concern. These cases remind us that the monsters we should fear are not the obvious predators who announce their intentions through dramatic gestures, but the patient hunters who study their prey for months or years before striking. They understand human psychology better than their victims understand their own vulnerability, and they exploit our natural tendency to trust those who present themselves as helpers and protectors. The darkness they represent is not some external force that can be kept at bay through locks and alarms, but something that grows within communities themselves when ordinary people choose to embrace their worst impulses rather than resist them. They are the shadows cast by civilization itself, proof that every advance in human knowledge and social organization creates new opportunities for those who would use progress as a weapon against the innocent. Their legacy extends far beyond the immediate horror of their crimes to encompass the broader damage they inflict on social trust and community bonds. They change not just the lives of their direct victims, but the entire fabric of the places where they operate, introducing elements of fear and suspicion that may persist for generations after their activities have ended. The most disturbing realization is that these documented cases represent only what we know about predators who have been caught or whose activities have been discovered through accident or investigation. The true scope of undetected serial killing in America remains unknown and unknowable, hidden behind statistics that treat suspicious deaths as isolated incidents rather than parts of larger patterns that span decades and cross multiple jurisdictions. The killers who remain free among us have learned from the mistakes of those who came before them, adapting their methods to exploit new technologies and social changes while avoiding the behaviors to their predecessors that lures capture. They understand that the best hiding place is often in plain sight, and they have perfected the art of wearing masks that make them indistinguishable from the people they are planning to kill. The awareness that such predators continue to exist becomes even more chilling when we consider those who have turned entire industries into hunting grounds for their twisted appetites. In the final hours of the late 1980s, the American trucking industry unknowingly harbored a predator whose methods were so refined that his victims vanished without leaving even the faintest trace of evidence. Robert Ben Rhodes appeared to be the ideal long-haul trucker, maintaining perfect driving records and earning commendations from dispatchers who praised his reliability and professionalism. His custom Peterbilt was immaculate, his logbooks were always accurate, and his friendly demeanor made him welcome at truck stops across the country. But hidden within his sleeper cab was a torture chamber that would make medieval dungeons seem merciful by comparison. Rhodes had converted his truck into a mobile prison equipped with restraints, chains, and electrical devices that served no legitimate purpose. He would cruise truck stops and highway on-ramps, searching for hitchhikers and stranded motorists who needed rides to their destinations. His victims trusted him because he looked exactly like what they expected a helpful trucker to be, complete with CB radio chatter and knowledge of every route between major cities. Once his victims were secured in his cab, Rhodes would drive to remote locations where he could work undisturbed for hours or days. He kept detailed photographs of his torture sessions, documenting the progression of fear and despair in his victims' faces as they realized their situation was hopeless. The images were arranged in albums like family vacation photos, each one carefully labeled with dates and locations that meant nothing to investigators, but everything to a killer who was reliving his crimes through visual documentation. These forgotten predators remind us that evil doesn't always announce itself with dramatic headlines or sensational trials. The monsters we should truly fear are those who perfect the art of invisibility, who understand that the greatest weapon against detection is not cunning or luck, but patience and the ability to appear utterly ordinary. They walk among us still, studying, planning, adapting their methods while we sleep soundly in the false comfort of believing that justice always prevails and monsters always get caught. The morning of August 15th, 1987 began like any other in the quiet suburb of Millbrook, Connecticut. Children rode their bicycles down tree-lined streets while neighbors waved from front porches. But by noon, that peaceful facade would crack wide open, revealing something so disturbing that even seasoned detectives would struggle to process what they found. Behind the white picket fence of 42 Maple Street lay a scene that defied comprehension. 3 bodies arranged with surgical precision, each positioned as if part of some grotesque tableau. There were no signs of forced entry, no evidence of robbery, just methodical, calculated violence that spoke of a mind operating on an entirely different frequency than the rest of humanity. The man responsible had lived among them for 7 years. He coached Little League on weekends, attended PTA meetings, and baked cookies for the annual church fundraiser. His name was Marcus Theodore Brennan, and what the community discovered about their beloved neighbor would shatter everything they thought they knew about evil. Marcus was born in 1949 in a modest farmhouse outside Burlington, Vermont. His childhood appeared unremarkable on the surface. His father worked at the local grain mill. His mother taught piano lessons from their living room. But behind closed doors, something else was unfolding. Marcus displayed an unusual fascination with death from an early age. He would spend hours studying roadkill, examining the way flesh decomposed the patterns insects made as they claimed their feast. His parents dismissed it as morbid curiosity typical of boys his age. By 13, Marcus had graduated from observing death to creating it. Neighborhood cats began disappearing with alarming frequency. When confronted, Marcus would smile that same gentle smile he used when greeting adults and claim he had no idea what happened to them. But in the woods behind his house, investigators would later find shallow graves containing the remains of dozens of small animals, each one mutilated in ways that suggested not rage, but careful experimentation. The killing escalated during his teenage years. A classmate's dog vanished after Marcus offered to walk it home. A week later, hikers found the animal's remains arranged in a perfect circle surrounded by stones. The positioning was too deliberate to be random, too precise to be the work of other animals. When questioned, Marcus expressed genuine sorrow for the family's loss. He even helped them search the woods, calling the dog's name with tears in his eyes. His performance was flawless. After high school, Marcus enlisted in the Army, where his meticulous nature and attention to detail earned him rapid promotion. He served 2 tours in Vietnam, claiming he wanted to serve his country. But those who served alongside him remembered something different. They remembered how Marcus volunteered for the most dangerous patrols, not out of bravery, but because he seemed to thrive in environments where death was commonplace. They remembered his calm demeanor after firefights when other soldiers were shaking with adrenaline. And they remembered the way he would stare at enemy casualties with an expression they couldn't quite identify. When Marcus returned from war, he used his military benefits to attend college studying biology with a focus on human anatomy. His professors praised his dedication, noting how he would spend entire nights in the lab studying cadavers with an intensity that bordered on obsession. What they didn't know was that Marcus wasn't just studying the bodies, he was perfecting techniques he would later use on living subjects. After graduation, Marcus moved to Millbrook and quickly integrated himself into the community. He took a job as a mortician at the local funeral home, a position that gave him legitimate access to the dead while providing perfect cover for his true interests. Families trusted him during their darkest moments, grateful for his gentle manner and professional demeanor. They had no way of knowing that their loved ones' bodies were being subjected to post-mortem experiments that went far beyond standard embalming procedures. For 3 years, Marcus refined his methods, learning to work with precision and patience. He documented everything in journals written in a code of his own design. The entries read like scientific observations, clinical and detached describing techniques for preserving tissue samples and methods for concealing evidence of tampering. But as his skills improved, so did his hunger for something more challenging. The first living victim was Jennifer Walsh, a 24-year-old nurse who worked the night shift at Millbrook General Hospital. Marcus had observed her routine for weeks, noting that she walked alone to her car through the poorly lit parking garage. On March 12th, 1984, he approached her with a fabricated story about his car breaking down. Jennifer, being naturally compassionate, offered to help. It was the last decision she would ever make. Marcus didn't kill Jennifer immediately. Instead, he kept her alive in a soundproofed room he had constructed in his basement. For 6 days, he subjected her to procedures that combined his medical knowledge with his twisted curiosity about human suffering. He documented everything, photographing each stage of his work as if conducting legitimate research. When Jennifer finally died, Marcus felt a satisfaction unlike anything he had experienced before. It wasn't the killing that thrilled him, it was the complete control, the ability to reduce another human being to a subject for his experiments. The disappearance sent shockwaves through Millbrook. Search parties combed the surrounding woods, while police questioned anyone who might have had contact with Jennifer. Marcus joined the searches, displaying appropriate concern and offering to help in any way possible. When Jennifer's body was finally discovered weeks later in a remote section of forest, the condition of the remains suggested she had been the victim of a ritualistic killing. The medical examiner noted unusual markings on the bones, evidence of procedures that required both anatomical knowledge and surgical precision. 6 months later, Marcus struck again. This time, the victim was Robert Chen, a college student home for winter break. Robert had been jogging along the same route for years, never considering that someone might be watching, learning his patterns. Marcus approached him during what appeared to be a chance encounter, offering directions when Robert seemed lost. The young man's trusting nature proved fatal. Like Jennifer before him, Robert was kept alive for days while Marcus conducted his experiments. But this time, Marcus had refined his methods, becoming more efficient, more thorough. He had learned from his previous work, developing techniques that prolonged suffering while maintaining the subject's consciousness. The journals from this period reveal a mind completely divorced from human empathy, treating his victims as nothing more than biological specimens. Robert's disappearance followed the same pattern as Jennifer's: community searches, volunteer efforts, and eventually the discovery of remains that told a story of systematic torture. The police began to suspect they were dealing with a serial killer, but the methodical nature of the crimes suggested someone with medical training, someone who understood human anatomy in ways that went beyond casual knowledge. The third victim was Maria Santos, a 31-year-old teacher who had recently moved to Millbrook to start fresh after a difficult divorce. She lived alone in a small apartment above the town's bakery, a detail Marcus had noted during his careful surveillance. Maria was cautious by nature, always locking her doors and varying her routine, but Marcus had patience. He watched her for months, learning her habits, her fears, her vulnerabilities. The attack came on a rainy Thursday evening as Maria returned home from a parent-teacher conference. Marcus had disabled the light in the stairwell leading to her apartment, creating the perfect opportunity to approach her in darkness. By the time Maria realized she wasn't alone, it was too late. Marcus had perfected his technique for subduing victims quickly and quietly, leaving no chance for screams or struggles that might alert neighbors. Maria's ordeal lasted 8 days longer than any previous victim. Marcus had converted his entire basement into what he called his laboratory, complete with medical equipment stolen from the funeral home and hospital. The journals from this period reveal his growing confidence, his belief that he was conducting important research into the nature of human suffering, and endurance. He wrote about his subjects with clinical detachment, noting their responses to various stimuli as if documenting legitimate scientific findings. When Maria's body was found, the medical examiner struggled to complete the autopsy. The level of systematic torture exceeded anything in his experience. Tissue samples had been removed with surgical precision, organs had been repositioned, and there were signs of procedures that served no purpose other than to inflict maximum suffering. The killer wasn't just murdering people, he was experimenting on them, treating human beings like laboratory animals. The investigation intensified as the FBI joined local law enforcement. Profilers determined they were looking for someone with medical training, someone who lived or worked in the community, and someone who had access to surgical equipment. The profile fit several residents, but Marcus remained above suspicion. His work at the funeral home was exemplary, his community involvement beyond reproach. When investigators interviewed him as part of their routine canvassing, he expressed shock and horror at the crimes, offering to help in any way possible. But Marcus was growing bolder, more confident in his abilities. The success of his previous experiments had convinced him that he was beyond the reach of conventional law enforcement. He began planning something more ambitious, a project that would demonstrate the full extent of his capabilities. He started surveillance on multiple potential subjects, mapping their routines, their relationships, their vulnerabilities. In his mind, he was no longer just killing. He was advancing human knowledge through practical research. The fourth victim was David Morrison, a 42-year-old carpenter who lived alone on the outskirts of town. David was a quiet man who kept to himself, making him the perfect subject for Marcus's most elaborate experiment yet. The abduction was flawless, executed with the precision of a military operation. David simply vanished from his workshop one evening, leaving behind only signs of a struggle that suggested he had been overpowered quickly and efficiently. This time, Marcus decided to document everything. He set up cameras in his laboratory, recording every procedure, every response, every moment of his subject's ordeal. The resulting footage would later be described by investigators as among the most disturbing evidence that they had ever encountered. Marcus narrated his work like a professor delivering a lecture, explaining his methods, his observations, his theories about human endurance, and the nature of consciousness under extreme stress. David's suffering lasted 11 days. Marcus had perfected techniques for keeping his subjects conscious and aware while subjecting them to procedures that pushed the boundaries of human endurance. He treated pain like a variable in an equation, something to be measured, manipulated, and maximized for optimal results. The recordings from this period reveal a man who had completely abandoned any pretense of humanity, speaking about his victim's agony with the same tone a botanist might use to describe the growth patterns of plants. When David's body was discovered, the crime scene told a story that defied rational explanation. The positioning of the remains suggested ritualistic elements, but the medical evidence pointed to something far more calculated. This wasn't the work of a cult or a deranged individual acting on impulse. This was systematic, methodical, and conducted by someone who understood exactly what they were doing and why. The fifth victim shattered whatever remained of Millbrook's sense of security. Sarah Elizabeth Hartwell was only 16 years old, a honor student who volunteered at the local animal shelter and dreamed of becoming a veterinarian. She represented everything pure and hopeful about the community, which made her selection particularly cruel. Marcus had been watching Sarah for months, not because she fit any particular profile, but because her innocence presented a challenge he couldn't resist. Sarah's abduction happened in broad daylight outside the town library. Witnesses later recalled seeing her talking to a well-dressed man near a van, but no one thought anything of it. Marcus had approached her with a story about an injured cat that needed immediate medical attention, knowing her compassionate nature would make her eager to help. By the time Sarah realized something was wrong, she was already sedated and secured in the back of his vehicle. The basement laboratory had been expanded by this point. Marcus had soundproofed additional rooms and installed equipment that would have impressed medical professionals. He had stolen supplies from multiple hospitals, creating a facility that rivaled some legitimate research centers. But the research being conducted there had nothing to do with healing or helping. It was focused entirely on understanding the mechanisms of human suffering. Sarah's ordeal was documented with the same clinical precision as the others, but this time, Marcus added a new element. He began conducting what he called comparative studies, subjecting his victim to procedures while measuring her responses against data from previous subjects. He was building a database of human suffering, treating each scream, each plea, each moment of terror as valuable research data. The teenager survived 13 days. Marcus had developed techniques for sustaining life, even under extreme conditions, using his medical knowledge to keep his subjects conscious, long, and responsive after most people would have died from or blue-shocked loss. He wrote detailed observations about Sarah's resilience, noting how her youth and physical fitness allowed her to endure procedures that had killed previous subjects more quickly. When Sarah's body was found, the community's grief transformed into rage. This wasn't just another murder. This was an attack on everything they held sacred. The investigation became a crusade, with resources pouring in from state and federal agencies. But Marcus remained invisible, hiding behind his reputation as a pillar of the community. He attended Sarah's funeral, standing among the mourners, with tears in his eyes while secretly planning his next experiment. The sixth victim was chosen specifically to test a new theory Marcus had developed about the relationship between emotional attachment and physical endurance. He selected Thomas Bradley, a 45-year-old single father whose 8-year-old daughter, Emma, meant everything to him. Marcus had observed their relationship, noting the deep bond between father and child. He hypothesized that threatening the child might enhance the father's ability to withstand torture, a theory he was eager to test. Thomas's abduction was more complex, requiring careful timing and coordination. Marcus waited until Emma was safely at school before approaching Thomas at his auto repair shop. He used a fabricated story about needing urgent repairs on his funeral home vehicle, knowing that Thomas's respect for his profession would make him accommodating. The conversation continued long enough for Marcus to get close enough to deploy his sedatives. But this time, Marcus made his first significant error. In his excitement to begin the new experiment, he failed to notice that Emma had forgotten her lunch and convinced her teacher to let her return home. The little girl arrived at the shop just as Marcus was loading her unconscious father into his van. Emma hid behind a car, watching in terror as the man she recognized from church drove away with her daddy. The child's testimony provided investigators with their first real break in the case. Emma's description of the vehicle and the man matched several previous witness accounts that had seemed unconnected. More importantly, she was able to identify Marcus from a photo lineup. But when police arrived at his home to question him, they found nothing suspicious. Marcus had anticipated this possibility and had cleaned his laboratory thoroughly, removing all evidence of his activities. However, Emma's identification was enough to secure a search warrant for the funeral home. What investigators found there would haunt them for the rest of their careers. Hidden beneath the main embalming room was an elaborate facility that looked like something from a horror movie. Surgical tables equipped with restraints cameras positioned to record every angle, and walls lined with jars containing tissue samples from previous victims. The journals were the most damning evidence. Page after page of detailed observations written in Marcus's meticulous handwriting, describing procedures that violated every principle of medical ethics and human decency. He had treated his victims like laboratory animals, documenting their responses to various forms of torture with the detached curiosity of a scientist studying insects. Among the evidence was a detailed plan for future experiments. Marcus had identified dozens of potential subjects throughout the community, creating profiles of their habits, detail their vulnerabilities, their relationships. He had been planning to expand his operation, turning Millbrook into his personal hunting ground, where he could conduct his twisted research without interference. The arrest came on a crisp October morning as Marcus was preparing for another day at the funeral home. He showed no surprise when the police surrounded him, no fear when they read him his rights. Instead, he seemed almost relieved that his work was finally being recognized. During the initial interrogation, he spoke proudly of his achievements, describing his experiments as groundbreaking research that would revolutionize understanding of human endurance. The trial became a media sensation, drawing attention from around the world. Psychiatrists testified about Marcus's complete lack of empathy, his inability to recognize his victims as human beings rather than test subjects. The prosecution presented evidence that painted a picture of systematic sadism disguised as scientific inquiry. The defense struggled to find any mitigating factors. An MIA case where the defendant showed no remorse for actions he considered legitimate research. Marcus himself seemed to enjoy the attention. He testified on his own behalf, describing his methods with the same pride a surgeon might show when discussing a successful operation. He expressed frustration that society couldn't understand the importance of his work, claiming that his research had human advanced knowledge in ways that conventional medicine never could. He showed no acknowledgement that his subjects had been human beings with families, hopes, and dreams of their own. The jury deliberated for less than 2 hours before returning a guilty verdict on all counts. Marcus received 6 consecutive life sentences, ensuring he would never again have the opportunity to conduct his twisted experiments. But even as he was led away in shackles, he maintained that history would vindicate him, that future generations would recognize the value of his contributions to human knowledge. The aftermath of the trial left Millbrook forever changed. Families struggled to understand how they had lived alongside such evil for so many years, how they had trusted their children to a man who saw them as potential test subjects. The funeral home was demolished, the basement laboratory filled with concrete to prevent it from becoming some kind of macabre tourist attraction. Marcus Theodore Brennan died in prison 17 years later, killed by a fellow inmate who had lost his own daughter to a violent crime. His death was barely noted in the local newspapers, a footnote to a story that most residents preferred to forget. But the journals he left behind continued to be studied by criminal psychologists trying to understand how someone could abandon their humanity so completely while maintaining the facade of a caring community member. The case of Marcus Brennan serves as a chilling reminder that evil doesn't always announce itself with obvious signs. Sometimes it hides behind gentle smiles and community service, wearing the mask of normalcy while conducting horrors that defy comprehension. In quiet suburbs across America, neighbors wave to each other over picket fences, never knowing what darkness might be lurking behind familiar faces. The summer of 1973 brought an unusual heat wave to the industrial town of Clearwater, Pennsylvania. Factory workers wiped sweat from their brows as they trudged home from 12-hour shifts, while children sought relief in the murky waters of Miller's Creek. But beneath the oppressive humidity, something else was stirring. Women were disappearing not all at once, but gradually like pieces being removed from a chessboard by an invisible hand. The first to vanish was Dorothy Chen, a 28-year-old seamstress who worked the night shift at the textile mill. She was last seen boarding the 1147 bus that ran along Industrial Avenue, a route she had taken safely for 3 years. The bus driver remembered her getting off at her usual stop, but Dorothy never made it to the boarding house, where she rented a small room on the 3rd floor. Her absence wasn't noticed until she failed to show up for work 2 days later. Police initially treated it as a missing person case. Dorothy had no family in town, no close friends who might know her whereabouts. She was quiet, kept to herself, paid her rent on time, and never caused the trouble. The kind of person who could disappear without creating much of a ripple in the fabric of daily life. Detective Ray Morrison filed the report and moved on to more pressing matters, assuming Dorothy had simply decided to start fresh somewhere else. But Dorothy hadn't left voluntarily. She was trapped in the basement of a modest 2-story house just 6 blocks from where she had vanished. The man who held her captive was someone she had seen dozens of times but never really noticed. Harold Eugene Voss worked as a maintenance supervisor at the same textile mill operating in the shadows of the factory floor. He was the kind of employee management appreciated reliable, punctual, invisible. Workers would see him fixing broken looms or replacing burnt-out bulbs, but he never engaged in small talk, never drew attention to himself. Harold had been watching Dorothy for months, learning her patterns, her routines, her vulnerabilities. He knew she lived alone, that she had no boyfriend, no regular visitors. He knew she always sat in the same seat on the bus and always walked the same route home. Most importantly, he knew that no one would miss her immediately if she disappeared. Dorothy represented the perfect victim, isolated, vulnerable, and forgotten. The basement where Harold kept Dorothy had been carefully prepared. He had soundproofed the walls using techniques he learned during his brief stint in construction work. The single room contained a bed secured to the floor with industrial bolts, a small table, and a chair. There was a toilet in the corner, but no privacy, no dignity. The only light came from a bare bulb hanging from the ceiling, controlled by a switch that Harold kept locked behind a metal panel. Harold's treatment of Dorothy revealed a mind that had crossed a line most people couldn't even imagine. He didn't rape her or physically abuse her in conventional ways. Instead, he subjected her to a form of psychological torture that was far more insidious. He would visit her twice daily, bringing food and water, but also bringing stories. Stories about other women who had disappeared, stories about what happened to those who tried to escape, stories about the futility of hope. Dorothy survived for 43 days in that basement. Harold documented every day of her captivity in a leather-bound journal, writing detailed observations about her mental deterioration. He noted how her initial defiance gradually gave way to resignation, how her attempts to reason with him evolved into desperate pleas for mercy. He treated her breakdown like a fascinating experiment, recording her responses to different forms of psychological pressure. When Dorothy finally died, it wasn't from violence or starvation. Harold had been careful to keep her physically healthy, providing adequate nutrition and basic medical care. Instead, she died from what the coroner would later describe as a failure to thrive, a condition usually seen in neglected infants, where the will to live simply evaporates. Harold had broken her spirit so completely that her body followed suit, shutting down despite having no obvious physical cause for death. Harold disposed of Dorothy's body with the same methodical precision he applied to everything else in his life. He wrapped her remains in plastic sheeting, weighted them down with concrete blocks, and deposited them in the deepest part of Clearwater Lake. The location was perfect, isolated enough to avoid discovery, but accessible enough for Harold to return periodically and ensure the body remained submerged. Dorothy Chen simply vanished from the world as if she had never existed at all. 3 months later, Harold selected his second victim. Margaret Rose Walsh was a librarian at the town's small public library, a quiet woman in her early 30s who lived with her elderly mother in a house near the town square. Margaret was different from Dorothy in almost every way, educated, articulate, connected to the community. But she shared one crucial characteristic that had caught Harold's attention. She was predictable. Every Tuesday evening, Margaret attended a book club meeting at the community center. The meeting ended at precisely 9 o'clock, and Margaret always walked home alone, using the same route along Elm Street. Harold had timed her journey multiple times, noting that she passed through a particularly dark section near the old cemetery where streetlights had been broken for months. It was there that Harold made his move, approaching Margaret with a fabricated story about needing directions to the hospital. Margaret's natural inclination to help proved fatal. She stopped to listen to Harold's story, even offering to walk with him part of the way to ensure he found the right path. Harold had perfected his approach during the months since Dorothy's death, learning to project an air of harmless confusion that armed potential victims. By the time Margaret realized she was in danger, Harold had already administered a sedative that left her unable to call for help or resist his control. The basement that had held Dorothy was ready for its next occupant. Harold had made improvements, based on his previous experience, adding a small bookshelf filled with volumes from Margaret's own library. He had stolen them gradually over several weeks, visiting the library and slipping books into his jacket when Margaret wasn't looking. Now he presented them to her as a gesture of thoughtfulness, a way to make her captivity more comfortable. Margaret's experience differed from Dorothy's in significant ways. Where Dorothy had been a factory worker with limited education, Margaret was intelligent, articulate, capable of engaging Harold in complex conversations. Harold found this intellectually stimulating and began spending hours in the basement discussing literature, philosophy, and psychology. These conversations revealed the depth of Harold's twisted worldview, his belief that he was conducting important research into human nature. Harold had developed a theory that people's true personalities only emerged under extreme stress. He believed that societal conventions masked humanity's authentic nature, and that only through isolation and psychological pressure could someone's genuine character be revealed. Margaret became his test subject for this hypothesis, a highly educated woman whose responses he could analyze and document with scientific precision. The journal entries from Margaret's captivity reveal Harold's growing confidence in his methods. He wrote extensively about her psychological responses, noting how her initial anger gave way to attempts at negotiation and eventually to a form of Stockholm syndrome, where she began to identify with her captor. Harold interpreted these changes as validation of his theories, evidence that he was uncovering fundamental truths about human psychology. Margaret survived longer than Dorothy, lasting 67 days in Harold's basement laboratory. Her education and mental resilience allowed her to maintain hope longer than her predecessor, finding ways to occupy her mind and resist Harold's psychological manipulation. She attempted to escape twice, both times nearly succeeding before Harold's security measures prevented her from reaching freedom. The end came suddenly and unexpectedly. During one of their evening conversations, Margaret made a casual reference to her mother, wondering aloud if the elderly woman was managing to take care of herself. Harold realized that Margaret's disappearance had created a problem he hadn't anticipated. Unlike Dorothy, who lived alone, Margaret's absence would eventually trigger a serious investigation. Her mother would contact police friends, would organize search parties, and Harold's carefully would be constructed invis threatened. That night, Harold made a decision that surprised even him. Instead of killing Margaret outright, he told her the truth about his plans, his methods, his previous victim. He explained his theories about human nature and described in detail what he had learned from Dorothy's captivity. Margaret listened in horror as Harold revealed the depth of his delusions, his belief that he was advancing human knowledge through his twisted experiments. Harold then presented Margaret with a choice. She could die immediately and painlessly, or she could help him expand his research by participating willingly in his studies. He promised that if she cooperated, he would eventually release her, allowing her to return to her normal life, with the understanding that she would never reveal what had happened. It was a lie, but Margaret had no way of knowing that Harold had no intention of ever letting her go. Margaret chose to cooperate, a decision that extended her suffering for another month. Harold interpreted her choice as evidence of her intelligence, her ability to make rational decisions under pressure. He began treating her more like a research partner than a victim, involving her in discussions about methodology and encouraging her to suggest improvements to his techniques. Margaret played along, hoping to find an opportunity to escape or somehow turn the situation to her advantage. But Harold's grip on reality deterior was month-sating. The of isolation, punctuated only by his sessions with captive women, had warped his perception of normal human interaction. He began to believe that Margaret genuinely enjoyed their conversations, that she was as fascinated by his research as he was. He started making plans for their future together, envisioning a partnership where Margaret would help him select and study future subjects. The delusion couldn't last forever. When Margaret finally made her true feelings clear, when she begged him to let her go and return to her mother, Harold's fantasy shattered. He realized that everything he had interpreted as cooperation had been an act that Margaret had been manipulating him, just as he had been manipulating her. The revelation filled him with a rage, unlike anything he had experienced before. Margaret's death was violent and prolonged. Harold abandoned his previous methods, his careful documentation, his scientific pretense. Instead, he subjected her to hours of brutal torture, driven by a need to punish her for deceiving him. The basement that had been his laboratory became a chamber of horrors, where Harold's mask of civilized behavior finally slipped away completely. When it was over, Harold felt no satisfaction, no sense of completion. Instead, he experienced something approaching panic as he realized the magnitude of what he had done. Margaret's disappearance had indeed triggered the investigation he had feared. Police were canvassing the neighborhood, interviewing anyone who might have seen her on the night she vanished. Harold's name had come up as someone who frequented the library, but so far no one suspected him of involvement in her disappearance. Harold disposed of Margaret's body in the same location where Dorothy's remains lay hidden, but this time he was sloppy, rushed by fear and paranoia. He failed to weight the body properly, and within weeks, Margaret's remains surfaced during a routine inspection of the lake's dam system. The discovery sent shockwaves through Clearwater as residents realized they had a killer operating in their midst. The investigation intensified, with state police joining local law enforcement. Harold watched nervously as detectives interviewed his co-workers, his neighbors, anyone who might provide clues about Margaret's killer. He maintained his facade of normalcy, continuing to work at the textile mill, continuing to live his quiet, solitary life. But internally, he was unraveling, consumed by paranoia, and in desperate need to prove that his methods had been sound, that his research had value. Against all logic, Harold began planning another abduction. He convinced himself that his previous failures had been due to poor subject selection, that he needed to find someone who would appreciate the significance of his work. He began stalking potential victims with renewed intensity, studying their habits, their personalities, their potential for understanding his mission. The third victim was Linda May Foster, a graduate student studying psychology at the State University, an hour's drive from Clearwater. Linda was researching her dissertation on criminal behavior, interviewing convicted felons to understand the psychological factors that drove them to violence. Harold had learned about her research through newspaper articles that described her work, and he became convinced that Linda would be the perfect subject for his experiments. Linda's abduction required Harold to venture outside his comfort zone, traveling to the university campus and learning an entirely new environment. He spent weeks studying the area, identifying Linda's routines, and planning his approach. The university setting presented new challenges: security cameras, well lit pathways, regular police patrols. But it also offered opportunities, as students often walked alone at night, and strangers were common enough to avoid suspicion. Harold approached Linda outside the library, where she often studied late into the evening. He presented himself as a maintenance worker, responding to reports of a gas leak in the parking garage where Linda's car was parked. The story was plausible enough to convince Linda to follow Harold to investigate, creating the opportunity he needed to subdue her without attracting attention. Linda's captivity marked a new phase in Harold's deteriorating mental state. He had become convinced that his previous subjects had failed to appreciate the significance of his research, that their responses had been contaminated by fear and ignorance. With Linda, he attempted a different approach, treating her more like a colleague than a victim, explaining his theories and methods in academic terms that she would understand. Linda's background in psychology allowed her to recognize the depth of Harold's delusions. She understood that he was suffering from a severe mental illness that had completely divorced him from reality. But she also realized that challenging his beliefs directly would likely result in her death. Instead, she attempted to work within his framework, encouraging his delusions while subtly trying to guide him toward releasing her. The strategy worked initially. Harold was thrilled to have found someone who seemed to understand his work, someone educated enough to appreciate the complexity of his theories. He began treating Linda as a research partner, involving her in planning future experiments and seeking her input on methodological improvements. Linda played along, hoping to buy time while looking for opportunities to escape or signal for help. But Linda's psychological training also allowed her to recognize something that Dorothy and Margaret had missed. Harold's need for validation, his desperate desire to be understood and appreciated, represented a weakness that could potentially be exploited. She began to stroke his ego, praising his insights and suggesting that his work was too important to be confined to a basement laboratory. Linda convinced Harold that his research deserved a wider audience, that he should document his findings and share them with the academic community. She offered to help him write papers describing his methods and results, arguing that his discoveries could revolutionize understanding of human psychology. Harold was seduced by the vision of academic recognition, of finally receiving credit for his groundbreaking research. For several weeks, Harold worked feverishly on documenting his experiments. He allowed Linda to help him organize his notes and journals, creating what he believed would become seminal works in the field of human psychology. Linda used this time to gather information about Harold's methods, his previous victims, and the location where he had disposed of their bodies. She memorized every detail, hoping that someday she would have the opportunity to share this information with authorities. The collaboration couldn't last indefinitely. Harold's paranoia gradually overcame his excitement about academic recognition as he began to suspect that Linda was manipulating him. He started watching her more carefully, looking for signs of deception or attempts to escape. The basement laboratory, which had briefly felt like a research facility, returned to its true nature as a prison where Harold held absolute power over life and death. Linda's end came swiftly when Harold discovered that she had been loosening the bolts that secured her bed to the floor. The discovery shattered his illusion that she was a willing participant in his research, revealing that she had been planning to escape all along. Harold's rage was immediate and overwhelming, driving him to violence that exceeded even his treatment of Margaret. Linda's body joined the others at the bottom of Clearwater Lake, but Harold's disposal methods had become increasingly careless. He was no longer thinking clearly, no longer planning with the meticulous precision that had kept him hidden for so long. His mental state was deteriorating rapidly as the isolation and stress of maintaining his double life took their toll on his already fragile psyche. The end came in December of 1975 when Harold made his final and fatal mistake. Driven by a compulsive need to continue his research, despite the obvious risks, he attempted to abduct a fourth victim. This time, he targeted Susan Marie Collins, a nurse who worked the night shift at Clearwater General Hospital. Harold had been watching Susan for weeks, noting that she often walked to her car alone through the hospital's dimly lit parking garage. But Susan was different from Harold's previous victims. Her medical training had taught her to be observant, to notice details that others might miss. When Harold approached her with his usual story about needing directions, she immediately noticed inconsistencies in his behavior, the way his eyes darted nervously, the slight tremor in his hands, the smell of disinfectant that clung to his clothes despite his claims of being. Susan's suppositions were confirmed when she recognized Harold from the textile mill where her brother worked. She knew Harold was lying about being lost, knew that he was familiar with the area around the hospital. Instead of following him, Susan excused herself and walked quickly toward the hospital entrance, where security guards were stationed. Harold realized his mistake, but it was too late to recover the situation without creating a scene that would draw unwanted attention. The failed abduction attempt was reported to police, who began investigating Harold's background more thoroughly. What they discovered was a pattern of behavior that stretched back years. Co-workers at the textile mill reported that Harold often asked intrusive questions about female employees, their schedules, their living situations, their personal lives. Neighbors mentioned seeing Harold walking through residential areas at odd hours, sometimes stopping to peer into windows or L's homes. The near women's search warrant for Harold's house was executed on a cold January morning in 1976. What investigators found in the basement exceeded their worst expectations. The soundproofed room, the restraints, the journals documenting years of psychological torture. But most damning of all was Harold's detailed map of Clearwater Lake, marking the precise locations where he had disposed of his victims' bodies. Harold was arrested without incident, offering no resistance as police placed him in handcuffs. During the initial interrogation, he seemed almost relieved that his secret was finally revealed. He spoke freely about his methods, his theories, his belief that he had been conducting important research into human psychology. He showed no remorse for his victims' suffering, instead expressing frustration that society couldn't understand the significance of his work. The recovery of the bodies from Clearwater Lake took weeks as divers searched the murky depths, guided by Harold's detailed notes. Dorothy Chen, Margaret Walsh, and Linda Foster were finally returned to their families, allowing the grieving process to begin after years of uncertainty. The condition of the remains confirmed the stories Harold had told during his confession, revealing the full extent of his victims' suffering. Harold's trial became a study in criminal psychology as experts attempted to understand how a seemingly ordinary man could commit such extraordinary acts of cruelty. The defense argued that Harold was mentally ill, that his delusions about conducting research absolved him of responsibility for his actions. The prosecution countered that Harold's careful planning, his ability to maintain a normal facade for years, proved that he understood the difference between right and wrong. The jury deliberated for 3 days before finding Harold guilty on all counts. He was sentenced to life in prison without the possibility of parole, ensuring that he would never again have the opportunity to conduct his twisted experiments on unwilling subjects. Harold showed no reaction to the verdict, sitting quietly as the judge pronounced sentence and the families of his victims wept in the gallery. Harold Eugene Voss spent the remaining 22 years of his life in solitary confinement at the state penitentiary. He continued to maintain that his research had been legitimate, that future generations would recognize the value of his contributions to human knowledge. He died in his cell in 1998 alone and unremembered except by the families whose lives he had shattered and the investigators who had worked to bring him to justice. The case of Harold Voss serves as a reminder that evil often hides behind a mask of normalcy, that the monsters we fear most may be living ordinary lives in ordinary places. The textile mill where Harold worked continued operating for another decade before closing due to economic pressures, but employees never forgot the man who had walked among them harboring such darkness in his heart. In the autumn of 1982, the small farming community of Willowbrook, Montana, was shaken by a series of events so bizarre that even decades later, residents still speak in hushed tones about what happened. It began with livestock going missing, not just one or two animals, but entire herds vanishing overnight without explanation. Farmers would wake to find their pastures empty, gates still latched, fences undisturbed, as if the cattle had simply evaporated into the crisp mountain air. What they didn't know was that 37-year-old Raymond Dale Hutchkins had been planning these thefts for months. But Raymond wasn't stealing cattle for money or meat. He was feeding something else, entirely something that lived in the abandoned mine shaft behind his property and demanded fresh sustenance on a regular schedule. Raymond had moved to Willowbrook 3 years earlier after his discharge from the state psychiatric hospital, where he had spent 18 months following what doctors termed a complete psychological break. His neighbors knew little about his past, only that he kept to himself, worked odd jobs around town, and seemed harmless enough. He lived alone in a rundown cabin inherited from his grandfather, a structure so isolated that screams couldn't carry to the nearest neighbor, even on the stillest nights. The transformation had begun during Raymond's childhood, when he discovered that he could communicate with what he called the voices. These weren't auditory hallucinations in the traditional sense, but something Raymond believed was far more significant. The voices came from beneath the ground, from the network of abandoned copper mines that honeycombed the mountains around Willowbrook. They spoke to Raymond in whispers that only he could hear, guiding him, instructing him, preparing him for his ultimate purpose. By the time Raymond reached adulthood, the voices had convinced him that he was chosen to serve as their earthly agent. They explained that they were ancient beings who had existed in the deep places long before humans walked the earth. The mining operations of the late 1800s had disturbed their slumber, but also provided them with new opportunities to interact with the surface world. All they needed was someone willing to listen, someone willing to serve. Raymond's first offering was his neighbor's prized bull, a massive Holstein that had wandered too close to Raymond's property line. The voices had been specific about their requirements. The animal had to be alive. When delivered to the mine shaft, had to be conscious and aware of what was happening. Raymond spent weeks planning the abduction, studying the bull's movements, and preparing the equipment he would need to transport such a large creature. The actual theft was surprisingly easy. Raymond had modified an old cattle trailer, creating a ramp system that allowed him to load the bull single-handedly. He waited for a moonless night when darkness would conceal his activities, then used a combination of sedatives and mechanical advantage to secure his prize. The bull was conscious but docile as Raymond drove through the winding mountain roads toward the mine entrance. What happened next, in the depths of that abandoned shaft, would haunt Raymond for the rest of his life, though he would never admit that the voices had lied to him about what would occur. The ancient beings he believed he was serving were not benevolent guides, but something far more sinister entities that fed on terror and suffering in ways that defied rational explanation. The bull's final hours were a symphony of agony that echoed through the tunnels like a twisted form of worship. But the voices were not satisfied with a single offering. They demanded more livestock, more frequent deliveries, more elaborate presentations. Raymond found himself trapped in a cycle of theft and sacrifice that consumed his every waking moment. He developed increasingly sophisticated methods for capturing animals, learning to move silently through the darkness and strike when farmers were least vigilant. The disappearances followed a pattern that might have been detected if anyone had been looking for connections. Raymond always chose animals that were isolated from the main herd's creatures that wouldn't be missed immediately. He preferred cattle, but would settle for horses or pigs when bovines weren't available. Each theft was meticulously planned and executed with the precision of a military operation. Local law enforcement initially assumed they were dealing with rustlers, professional thieves, who were selling stolen cattle to out-of-state buyers. Sheriff Tom Bradley organized patrols and installed motion sensors in the areas where thefts had occurred, but Raymond was too clever to be caught by such conventional methods. He knew every back road, every hidden trail, every blind spot in the county's surveillance network. The truth about Raymond's activities began to emerge when 12-year-old Danny Morrison decided to explore the old mine shafts during a weekend camping trip with friends. Danny had always been adventurous, more curious than cautious, and he convinced his companions to follow him into the tunnels, despite their parents' warnings about unstable structures and dangerous gases. What Danny found in the deepest chamber would require years of therapy to help him process. The bones were arranged in patterns that suggested ritualistic significance, piled in careful formations that created geometric shapes when viewed from above. Some were obviously cattle remains, but others were more difficult to identify scattered fragments that might have belonged to horses or pigs or something else entirely. The smell was overwhelming, a mixture of decay and something chemically sharp that burned the children's nostrils and made their eyes water. But it was the sound that terrified them most. Deep in the mine shaft, something was moving, something large and alive that scraped against stone walls with a rhythm that almost resembled breathing. Danny and his friends ran from the tunnels, stumbling through the darkness until they reached daylight, but the sound followed them in their nightmares for years afterward. Danny's father contacted Sheriff Bradley immediately, but the initial investigation was hampered by the dangerous conditions inside the mine. The tunnels were unstable, filled with toxic gases, and prone to sudden collapses. It took 3 days to assemble a team with the proper equipment to explore the deepest chambers safely. What they discovered there exceeded their worst expectations. The ritualistic bone arrangements were just the beginning. Deeper in the mine, investigators found evidence of systematic torture, carved symbols that covered every available surface, and mechanical devices that served no purpose other than to inflict maximum suffering on living creatures. Someone had transformed the abandoned copper mine into a temple dedicated to something unspeakably evil. Raymond was identified as a suspect when investigators discovered his modified cattle trailer hidden in a grove of trees near the mine entrance. The trailer contained traces of blood from multiple animals, as well as sedatives and restraining equipment that matched the methods used in the thefts. When police searched Raymond's cabin, they found journals filled with detailed descriptions of his activities written in a mixture of English and symbols that no linguistic expert could decipher. The journals revealed the depth of Raymond's delusions, his absolute belief that he was serving benevolent entities who had chosen him for a sacred mission. He wrote extensively about the voices, describing their guidance in terms that suggested genuine religious devotion. But between the lines, investigators could read a different story, the gradual corruption of a mentally ill man by forces that existed only in his diseased imagination. Raymond's arrest came peacefully. He offered no resistance when Sheriff Bradley arrived at his cabin, instead, seeming relieved that his secret was finally revealed. During questioning, Raymond spoke freely about his activities, describing his methods and motivations with the calm detachment of someone discussing the weather. He showed no understanding that his actions had caused suffering, instead maintaining that he had been performing necessary religious duties. The psychiatric evaluation revealed a mind completely divorced from reality. Raymond genuinely believed that ancient beings lived in the mine shafts, that they communicated with him through underground vibrations, and that his sacrifices were preventing some unspecified catastrophe from befalling the world. The examining psychiatrist concluded that Raymond was incapable of distinguishing between fantasy and reality, that his grip on sanity had been completely severed. Raymond Dale Hutchins was declared mentally incompetent to stand trial and committed to the state psychiatric hospital where he would spend the remainder of his life. He never wavered in his belief that the voices were real, that his mission had been interrupted rather than completed. Even heavily medicated, he would sometimes press his ear to the floor of his cell, claiming that he could still hear the ancient beings calling to him from the depths below. The mine shafts were permanently sealed with concrete and steel barriers designed to prevent any future access to the chambers where Raymond had conducted his rituals. But sealing the tunnels couldn't erase the memory of what had happened there, couldn't silence the whispers that still echoed in the dreams of those who had witnessed the aftermath of Raymond's devotion to his invisible masters. The case of Raymond Hutchins serves as a chilling reminder that madness can take many forms, that the line between religious devotion and criminal insanity is sometimes thinner than we would like to believe. In the mountains of Montana, where wind carries sounds for miles on clear nights, some residents still claim they can hear echoes from the sealed mine shafts, voices calling out in languages that predate human civilization. The winter of 1979 brought unusual snowfall to the industrial city of Riverside, Ohio, where smokestacks pierced gray skies and factory whistles marked the rhythm of daily life. But beneath the mundane routine of shift changes and lunch breaks, something far more sinister was taking shape. Women were disappearing from the night shift at Consolidated Manufacturing, not all at once, but gradually like a disease spreading through the workforce. The first to vanish was Patricia Kowalsski, a 34-year-old welder who had worked the graveyard shift for 6 years. Patricia was known for her reliability, never missing work, never leaving early, always staying late when overtime was available. When she failed to clock in for her Monday shift, supervisors initially assumed she was sick. But Patricia never called in, never sent word, and when they contacted her apartment building, the landlord reported that her car was missing from the parking lot. Patricia's disappearance might have remained just another missing person case, if not for the man who had been watching her for months. Vincent Carl Brener worked as a security guard at Consolidated Manufacturing, a position that gave him access to employee records, shift schedules, and most importantly, the isolated areas of the factory where workers were vulnerable. Vincent had been studying Patricia's routine, mapping her movements, and planning her abduction with the methodical precision of a military strategist. Vincent was 42 years old when he first laid eyes on Patricia Kowalski, but he had been preparing for this moment his entire adult life. His fascination with control, with the power to determine another person's fate, had been growing since his teenage years when he first realized that he was fundamentally different from other people. While his peers worried about grades and girlfriends, Vincent was consumed by fantasies of absolute dominance over helpless victims. The basement of Vincent's modest ranch house had been converted into what he called his workshop, a soundproofed chamber equipped with restraints, monitoring equipment, and tools designed for purposes that defied description. Vincent had spent years perfecting the space, adding improvements based on careful study of similar cases and his own twisted imagination. Every detail had been planned, every contingency anticipated. Patricia's abduction occurred during her lunch break as she walked to her car in the factory parking lot. Vincent approached her with a fabricated story about suspicious activity near her vehicle, offering to escort her safely to investigate. Patricia's natural caution was overcome by Vincent's uniform, his official badge, and his calm professional demeanor. By the time she realized the danger, Vincent had already administered a fast-acting sedative that left her conscious but helpless. The drive to Vincent's house took 40 minutes through industrial neighborhoods where shift workers minded their own business and police patrols were infrequent. Patricia remained semi-conscious throughout the journey, aware enough to understand that she was being kidnapped, but unable to call for help or resist. Vincent maintained a steady stream of conversation during the drive, explaining his plans for their future together as if describing vacation arrangements to a willing companion. Vincent's treatment of Patricia revealed a mind that had constructed elaborate justifications for his actions. He genuinely believed that he was rescuing her from a meaningless existence, that his basement workshop represented salvation rather than imprisonment. He spoke to Patricia about the futility of her previous life, the emptiness of factory work and relationships, the freedom that came from abandoning worldly concerns to focus entirely on their special bond. Patricia survived 19 days in Vincent's workshop, during which time he subjected her to a carefully orchestrated program designed to break down her resistance and rebuild her personality according to his specifications. Vincent had studied psychological manipulation techniques, learning to alternate between kindness and cruelty in patterns that maximized psychological impact. He documented every session in detailed journals, treating Patricia's responses like scientific data. The workshop contained monitoring equipment that allowed Vincent to observe Patricia even when he wasn't present. Cameras positioned throughout the room recorded her every movement, while audio pickups captured her whispered prayers and desperate pleas for freedom. Vincent would review these recordings for hours, studying Patricia's behavior and planning modifications to his program based on her responses. Vincent's methods combined physical restraint with psychological warfare designed to create complete dependency on his approval and affection. He controlled every aspect of Patricia's existence, from the food she ate to the clothes she wore to the schedule of her daily activities. Gradually, Patricia began to exhibit signs of Stockholm Syndrome, identifying with her captor and expressing gratitude for his care and attention. But Vincent's ultimate goal wasn't just compliance, it was transformation. He believed that through sustained psychological pressure, he could reshape Patricia's entire personality, eliminating her previous identity and creating someone new, someone who would love him unconditionally. The process required breaking down every defense, every connection to her former life, until nothing remained but absolute devotion to him. Patricia's end came suddenly when Vincent realized that his transformation program had failed. Despite weeks of careful manipulation, Patricia retained core aspects of her original personality, including a stubborn refusal to accept that her imprisonment was beneficial. Vincent's frustration grew into rage as he recognized that Patricia was merely pretending to cooperate while secretly maintaining hope for rescue or escape. The murder itself was almost anticlimactic after weeks of elaborate psychological manipulation. Vincent strangled Patricia with methodical efficiency, showing no emotion as her struggles gradually weakened and finally stopped. He documented the event in his journal with the same clinical detachment he had applied to every other aspect of their relationship, noting the exact time of death and his observations about the dying process. Vincent disposed of Patricia's body in a remote section of the Scioto River, where industrial runoff had created conditions that would accelerate decomposition. He weighted the remains with concrete blocks and chose a location where strong currents would carry any evidence downstream toward the Ohio River. Patricia Kowalsski simply vanished from the world, leaving behind only an empty apartment and worried co-workers who gradually stopped asking questions. 3 months later, Vincent selected his second victim. Sandra Lynn Mitchell was a 29-year-old quality inspector who worked the same shift as Patricia had. Vincent had been observing Sandra even before Patricia's death, noting her habits and vulnerabilities as potential backup options. And Sandra was divorced, lived alone, and had few social connections that would trigger immediate concern if she disappeared. Sandra's abduction followed the same pattern as Patricia's, with Vincent using his security position to create opportunities for private conversation. But this time, Vincent had refined his methods based on lessons learned from his previous experience. He was more careful about timing, more precise in his application of sedatives, more thorough in his preparations for transport and concealment. The workshop had been modified based on Vincent's analysis of Patricia's responses. New restraint systems prevented the subtle resistance that had undermined his previous transformation program, while enhanced monitoring equipment allowed him to track Sandra's psychological state with greater precision. Vincent was confident that this time his methods would produce the desired results. Sandra proved to be more resilient than Patricia, lasting 36 days in Vincent's workshop before succumbing to the physical and psychological stresses of prolonged captivity. Vincent documented every aspect of her experience, creating detailed records that he believed would help him perfect his techniques for future subjects. He was particularly interested in Sandra's attempts to maintain sanity through mental exercises and memory techniques. Vincent's journals from this period reveal a mind increasingly consumed by his experimental methodology. He wrote extensively about the challenges of psychological transformation, comparing his work to legitimate research in behavioral modification and expressing frustration with subjects who failed to appreciate the significance of his efforts. He saw himself as a pioneer in human consciousness, exploring territories that conventional psychology was too timid to investigate. Sandra's death marked a turning point in Vincent's approach to his work. Rather than viewing her demise as a failure, he began to see it as valuable data that would inform future experiments. He started planning modifications to his workshop and developing new techniques based on his analysis of Sandra's responses to various forms of psychological pressure. The third victim was selected with even greater care. Vincent chose Maria Elena Vasquez, a 26-year-old maintenance worker who cleaned the factory offices during night shift hours. Maria was isolated by language barriers that limited her social connections and immigration status concerns that made her reluctant to involve authorities in personal problems. Vincent recognized these vulnerabilities as advantages that would reduce the risk of investigation if Maria disappeared. Maria's abduction required Vincent to overcome communication challenges, but he had prepared for this by learning basic Spanish phrases and developing visual cues that could convey meaning without extensive verbal exchange. He approached Maria with a story about facility security that played on her fears about immigration enforcement, creating compliance through intimidation rather than deception. The workshop experience proved different for Maria, whose cultural background and religious beliefs provided psychological resources that Vincent hadn't encountered in previous subjects. Maria's faith gave her strength to resist Vincent's manipulation techniques, while her family connections created emotional anchors that prevented complete psychological surrender. Vincent found himself struggling to break down defenses that seemed to strengthen under pressure. Maria survived 48 days in Vincent's workshop, longer than any previous subject, but her resistance frustrated Vincent's attempts to achieve the transformation he sought. He began experimenting with more extreme psychological techniques, including sensory deprivation and induced hallucinations designed to break down Maria's grip on reality. The methods pushed Maria beyond her breaking point, but not in the direction Vincent intended. Maria's death was violent and chaotic, unlike the controlled endings of previous subjects. Vincent's frustration with her resistance had built to a rage that overwhelmed his usual methodical approach. The workshop that had been his laboratory became a scene of frenzied violence as Vincent abandoned his scientific pretense and revealed the monster beneath his civilized facade. Vincent's disposal of Maria's body was hurried and careless, compromised by his emotional state and the unexpected violence of her death. He failed to follow his usual procedures for concealing evidence, instead dumping her remains in a location that would be discovered within days. The discovery of Maria's body marked the beginning of the end for Vincent's carefully constructed double life. The investigation into Maria's murder revealed forensic evidence that linked her death to the disappearances of Patricia and Sandra. Detective Susan Morrison noticed similarities in the cases that suggested a single perpetrator, someone with access to the factory and detailed knowledge of the victim's routines. The focus gradually narrowed to factory employees with security clearance and opportunity to observe potential victims. Vincent's background investigation revealed a history of psychological problems dating back to his military service, where he had been disciplined for inappropriate behavior toward female personnel. His employment records showed a pattern of jobs in security and maintenance positions that provided access to vulnerable individuals. Most damning of all was the discovery of surveillance equipment in his factory office equipment that had no legitimate security purpose. The search warrant for Vincent's house was executed on a cold February morning in 1980. What investigators found in the basement workshop exceeded their worst expectations. The soundproofed chamber, the restraint systems, the monitoring equipment, and most horrifying of all, the detailed journals documenting Vincent's experiments in psychological manipulation and control. Vincent was arrested without incident, showing no surprise when police surrounded his house. During questioning, he spoke freely about his methods and motivations, displaying the same clinical detachment he had shown in his journals. He expressed disappointment that his research had been interrupted before he could achieve his ultimate breakthrough in human consciousness transformation. The trial of Vincent Carl Brener became a landmark case in criminal psychology, as experts attempted to understand the mind of someone who had treated human beings like laboratory subjects. The prosecution presented evidence of systematic torture disguised as scientific research, while the defense struggled to find mitigating factors in a case where the defendant showed no remorse for actions he considered legitimate experimentation. Vincent received 3 consecutive life sentences, ensuring that he would never again have the opportunity to conduct his twisted research on unwilling subjects. He spent his remaining years in solitary confinement at the state penitentiary, continuing to write in journals and maintaining his belief that his work had scientific value. He died in his cell in 2003 alone and unremembered except by the families whose lives he had destroyed. The factory where Vincent had hunted his victims closed permanently in 1985, unable to overcome the stigma associated with the case. The building was eventually demolished, but the memory of what happened there continues to haunt the industrial district, where 3 women vanished into a nightmare of psychological torture and manipulation. The fog rolled thick across the sleepy coastal town of Mill Haven, Oregon, that October morning in 1991, when lighthouse keeper Samuel Morrison discovered something that would change his understanding of human nature forever. Washed up on the rocky shore beneath the old beacon was a metal container sealed tight against the salt water and weighted down with chains. Inside were photographs, dozens of them, showing scenes so disturbing that Morrison would later require years of therapy to process what he had witnessed. The images depicted a methodical documentation of torture and murder spanning what appeared to be several years. Each photograph was carefully labeled with dates, locations, and what seemed to be clinical observations written in neat, precise handwriting. The killer had been documenting his work like a scientist recording experimental results, treating human suffering as data to be cataloged and preserved. The investigation that followed would reveal one of the most chilling cases of systematic murder in Pacific Northwest history. The photographs led police to Arthur Wesley Caldwell, a 43-year-old marine biologist who had been using his research vessel to hunt victims along the isolated coastline. For over a decade, Caldwell had been perfecting what he called his oceanographic studies, experiments that had nothing to do with marine life and everything to do with his fascination with human endurance under extreme conditions. Arthur had grown up in the shadow of the lighthouse, his father serving as keeper before him. The isolation of their position, miles from the nearest neighbor, had shaped Arthur's childhood in ways that wouldn't become apparent until much later. While other children played with friends and learned social skills, Arthur spent his formative years alone with only his father's collection of maritime disaster books for company. He became obsessed with shipwreck accounts, particularly those describing the final hours of drowning sailors. The fascination evolved during Arthur's college years when he studied marine biology at Oregon State University. His professors noted his exceptional dedication to understanding how organisms adapted to hostile environments, but they interpreted his intense focus as academic passion rather than something darker. Arthur's thesis on deep-sea pressure effects on living tissue was groundbreaking work that earned him recognition in scientific journals and launched his career as a researcher. After graduation, Arthur returned to Mill Haven and established his own research station using inheritance money from his father's estate. The facility was perfectly positioned for legitimate marine research, but it also provided Arthur with everything he needed for his true interests. The isolated location, the deep water access, and the soundproof laboratory where he claimed to study fish specimens, but actually conducted very different kinds of experiments. Arthur's first victim was Rebecca Walsh, a 22-year-old marine biology student who had contacted him about volunteer research opportunities. Rebecca was passionate about ocean conservation and eager to gain experience working with an established scientist. She arrived at Arthur's facility on a bright June morning in 1983, expecting to spend the summer cataloging kelp forest ecosystems. Instead, she became the first subject in Arthur's twisted study of human survival responses. The research vessel Arthur used was a modified fishing boat equipped with holding tanks that he claimed were for specimen collection. In reality, the tanks had been converted into isolation chambers where Arthur could control every aspect of his subject's environment. Rebecca spent her final weeks in one of these chambers as Arthur documented her psychological and physical deterioration with the same methodical precision he had once applied to studying marine organisms. Arthur's methods combined his scientific background with a sadistic creativity that produced suffering beyond imagination. He understood exactly how much stress the human body could endure before shutting down, and he used this knowledge to prolong his subject's agony for maximum research value. His journals described each victim's responses in clinical terms that stripped away their humanity and reduced them to experimental data. So, the disposal of bodies was perhaps the most chilling aspect of Arthur's operation. He had identified deep ocean trenches where strong currents would carry remains far from shore, while marine scavengers would eliminate any evidence of his activities. Arthur knew the coastal waters better than anyone, understanding exactly where and when to deposit his cargo for maximum concealment. Between 1983 and 1991, Arthur conducted what he termed longitudinal studies on 17 different subjects. Each experiment built upon knowledge gained from previous work as Arthur refined his techniques and expanded his understanding of human endurance limits. He maintained detailed records of every session, creating a library of suffering that he believed represented groundbreaking research into consciousness and survival. Arthur's victims were chosen carefully from populations that wouldn't trigger immediate searches when they disappeared. Drifters passing through town, seasonal workers, at the Cannery College students on solo research trips. He presented himself as a respected scientist, offering opportunities for meaningful work, and most people were eager to accept positions with someone of his apparent credentials. The Oceanographic Research Station provided perfect cover for Arthur's activities. Colleagues in the scientific community respected his work and rarely visited the isolated facility. Local residents saw him as a quiet professional who kept to himself and contributed to the town's reputation as a center for marine research. No one suspected that the screams echoing from his laboratory at night weren't from captured sea lions, but from human subjects. Arthur's downfall came through his own arrogance. The metal container washed ashore during a storm that shifted underwater currents in unexpected ways, carrying evidence directly to the lighthouse where his father had once worked. The photographs inside revealed not just the extent of Arthur's crimes, but his pride in documenting them, his need to preserve every moment of his subjects' suffering. When police searched Arthur's facility, they found a chamber of horrors disguised as a research laboratory. The modified specimen tanks the restraint systems, the monitoring equipment that recorded vital signs during torture sessions. Most damning were the detailed journals that described each victim's final days with scientific precision that made the crimes even more horrifying. Arthur showed no remorse during questioning, instead expressing frustration that his research had been interrupted before reaching what he considered breakthrough discoveries about human consciousness under extreme stress. He spoke about his subjects like specimens, comparing their responses and lamenting that societal constraints had prevented him from conducting more comprehensive studies. The trial revealed the depth of Arthur's delusions, his genuine belief that his torture sessions constituted legitimate scientific research. Expert witnesses testified about his complete disconnect from normal human empathy, his ability to inflict unimaginable suffering while maintaining the emotional detachment of a laboratory researcher. The jury deliberated less than 3 hours before finding him guilty on all counts. Arthur Wesley Caldwell was sentenced to 17 consecutive life terms without possibility of parole. He died in prison 12 years later, killed by fellow inmates who had learned the details of his crimes. His death was barely noted in local newspapers, as the community preferred to forget the monster who had hidden among them for so many years. The research station was demolished, and the site converted into a memorial garden for Arthur's victims. But the memory of what happened there continues to haunt Millhaven, where residents still avoid certain stretches of coastline, and fishermen report strange sounds carried on the ocean wind during storms. In the sweltering heat of August 1987, the small desert town of Sagebrush, Nevada, seemed to shimmer like a mirage against the endless expanse of sand and scrub brush. Population barely 300 souls, most of them clustered around the single gas station that served travelers on the lonely highway cutting through the wasteland. It was the kind of place people passed through without stopping, the kind of place where someone could disappear without anyone noticing for weeks or even months. That isolation was exactly what drew Franklin Pierce Holloway to make Sagebrush his home. Franklin wasn't his real name, just as Pierce wasn't his real middle name, and Holloway wasn't the surname he'd been born with. He had abandoned his original identity years earlier after a series of incidents that had made continuing under his birth name impossible. In Sagebrush, he could be anyone he wanted to be, and what he wanted to be was invisible. Franklin rented a trailer at the edge of town, far enough from his neighbors that sounds wouldn't carry, but close enough to maintain the pretense of being part of the community. He took a job at the gas station, working the night shift when traffic was lightest and conversation was minimal. The locals accepted him as just another drifter who had washed up in their forgotten corner of the world, someone who kept to himself and minded his own business. What they didn't know was that Franklin had chosen Sagebrush specifically because of its position along a major trucking route. The highway carried a steady stream of long-haul drivers, many of whom traveled alone and followed predictable schedules. Franklin studied these patterns, learning to identify drivers who made regular runs through his territory and mapping their routines with the precision of a military strategist. Franklin's interest in truckers wasn't random. It was deeply personal, rooted in childhood trauma that had shaped his entire adult life. His father had been a long-haul driver who had abandoned the family when Franklin was 8 years old, leaving behind only bitter memories and a mother who blamed her son for driving away the only man she had ever loved. Franklin had spent his adolescence fantasizing about revenge against truckers, imagining elaborate scenarios where he could inflict the same abandonment and pain he had experienced. The fantasies had evolved over time, becoming more detailed, more violent, and eventually more realistic as Franklin gained the knowledge and resources necessary to turn imagination into action. He studied trucking schedules that learned about CB radio protocols and familiarized himself with the isolated rest stops and truck stops where drivers were most vulnerable. By the time he arrived in Sagebrush, Franklin had already committed 3 murders in other states, each one teaching him lessons about method and concealment. Franklin's first Nevada victim was Earl Robert Jameson, a 54-year-old driver hauling refrigerated goods from California to Denver. Earl was a creature of habit, always stopping at the same truck stop outside Sagebrush for fuel and a meal during his monthly runs. Franklin had observed Earl's routine for 6 months, learning his schedule, his preferences, and most importantly, his vulnerability to friendly conversation from someone who seemed genuinely interested in life on the road. The attack came during Earl's regular overnight rest stop at a remote pullout 20 miles east of Sagebrush. Franklin had followed at a distance, using back roads that kept his vehicle out of sight, until Earl had settled in for his mandatory rest period. The approach was casual friendly, almost apologetic, as Franklin claimed to be having car trouble and asked if Earl could take a look at his engine. Earl's natural inclination to help a fellow traveler proved fatal. Franklin had perfected his technique over years of practice, knowing exactly where to strike for maximum effect with minimum noise. Earl was unconscious within seconds and dead within minutes, but Franklin's work was just beginning. The truck's cargo area provided the perfect location for what Franklin called his extended conversations sessions, where he could take his time with the body and work through the rage that had been building since childhood. Franklin's treatment of Earl's corpse revealed the depth of his psychological damage. This wasn't just murder, it was a ritualistic acting out of childhood trauma, where the victim represented every trucker who had ever abandoned a family, every father who had chosen the road over responsibility. Franklin spent hours with the body, repositioning it, staging conversations, and finally dismembering it in ways that symbolized the emotional dismemberment he had experienced as a child. The disposal was methodical and thorough. Franklin knew the desert well, understanding which locations offered the best concealment and fastest decomposition. Earl's remains were scattered across multiple sites, miles apart, ensuring that even if one cache was discovered, the others would remain hidden. The truck was driven to a chop shop Franklin had identified in another state, where it would be stripped and the parts sold with no questions asked. Earl's disappearance was initially treated as a routine missing person case. The trucking company assumed he had suffered a medical emergency or mechanical breakdown in a remote location where help wasn't available. His family filed reports, but without any evidence of foul play or leads to follow the investigation stalled quickly. Earl simply vanished from the world, leaving behind only worried relatives and unanswered questions. 6 months later, Franklin selected his second Nevada victim. This time, he chose Martindale Kowalski, a 43-year-old independent operator who hauled construction equipment across the western states. Martin was different from Earl, in almost every way divorced, bitter, and suspicious of strangers. But he shared the crucial characteristic that had drawn Franklin's attention. He traveled alone and followed predictable routes through isolated territory. Martin's abduction required more planning and greater risk. Franklin had to overcome his target's natural wariness while creating an opportunity for attack in an environment where Martin felt secure. The solution came through careful observation of Martin's habits, particularly his tendency to stop at adult bookstores during overnight breaks. Franklin identified a location where Martin regularly visited and planned an ambush in the parking lot where lighting was poor and witnesses were unlikely. The attack itself was more violent than Earl's murder, reflecting both Martin's resistance and Franklin's growing confidence in his abilities. But the outcome was the same, with Martin becoming the subject of another extended conversation where Franklin worked through his psychological issues, using the victim's body as a prop in his twisted psychodrama. The ritualistic elements were more elaborate this time, as Franklin's methods evolved and his need for symbolic revenge intensified. Martin's remains joined Earl's in the desert, scattered across locations that Franklin had mapped during his extensive reconnaissance of the surrounding territory. The truck was disposed of through the same channels that had handled Earl's vehicle, with Franklin receiving payment that helped fund his operations and maintain his cover identity. Martin Kowalsski became another missing person case that generated initial concern but eventually faded from active investigation. Franklin's third victim represented an escalation in both method and symbolism. He selected Robert James Morrison, a 38-year-old driver who bore a striking physical resemblance to Franklin's father. The similarity wasn't coincidental. Franklin had been searching for months for someone who matched his childhood memories, and Robert was close enough to serve as a suitable substitute for the revenge fantasies that had driven Franklin since adolescence. Robert's abduction took place at a truck stop where Franklin had been cultivating a relationship over several months, presenting himself as a fellow trucker interested in sharing road stories and comparing experiences. Robert had come to trust Franklin enough to accept an invitation to see some interesting rock formations in the desert, an invitation that led him directly into Franklin's carefully prepared trap. The extended conversation with Robert lasted 3 days, as Franklin worked through decades of accumulated rage and resentment. The victim became a proxy for every abandonment, every disappointment, every moment of childhood pain that had shaped Franklin's twisted worldview. The ritualistic elements reached new levels of elaboration as Franklin staged scenarios that reenacted his father's departure and his mother's subsequent emotional collapse. Robert's murder marked a turning point in Franklin's psychological state. The symbolic revenge he had sought for so many years had finally been achieved, but instead of satisfaction, he found only emptiness. The elaborate rituals that had once provided emotional release now felt hollow and meaningless. Franklin realized that no amount of murder could heal the wounds from his childhood, that the cycle of violence he had embraced only created more pain without resolving the original trauma. But Franklin couldn't stop. The murders had become compulsive behavior that continued even after the psychological motivation had been satisfied. He selected victims based on opportunity rather than symbolism, choosing drivers who happened to be in the wrong place at the wrong time rather than those who reminded him of his father. The killings became more efficient, less ritualistic, focused on practical concerns like concealment and disposal rather than emotional release. Franklin's fourth Nevada victim was chosen almost randomly. Thomas William Peterson was a 29-year-old driver making his first long-haul run carrying automotive parts from Detroit to Los Angeles. Thomas was nervous about traveling alone through unfamiliar territory and grateful when Franklin offered to share local knowledge about road conditions and reliable truck stops. The friendly conversation continued over several encounters until Franklin suggested they travel together for mutual safety and company. Thomas's murder was swift and efficient, lacking the elaborate ritual elements that had characterized Franklin's previous kills. The body was disposed of quickly with minimal ceremony, as Franklin focused on practical considerations rather than psychological satisfaction. Thomas became just another missing person case that generated brief concern before fading into the background of law enforcement priorities. The pattern continued for another 18 months as Franklin claimed victims with increasing frequency and decreasing emotional investment. The murders had become routine mechanical operations that Franklin performed with the same detachment he showed when servicing vehicles at the gas station. Each kill taught him lessons about efficiency and concealment, but provided less psychological satisfaction than the previous one. Franklin's downfall came through the same isolation that had initially protected him. His pattern of selecting lone truckers had been noticed by investigators who were tracking missing person cases across multiple states. The connection wasn't obvious at first, but careful analysis revealed that several disappearances had occurred along the same highway corridor within a relatively short time frame. The investigation focused on locations where all the missing drivers had stopped, including the gas station in Sagebrush where Franklin worked. The surveillance operation that followed was extensive, involving multiple agencies coordinating across state lines. Franklin was observed for weeks as investigators documented his movements and activities, looking for evidence that would connect him to the missing truckers. The breakthrough came when forensic analysis of his trailer revealed traces of blood from multiple victims, along with personal items that had belonged to several of the missing men. Franklin's arrest was anticlimactic. He offered no resistance when surrounded by federal agents, instead seeming almost relieved that his secret was finally revealed. During questioning, he confessed to 17 murders across 6 states, describing his methods with clinical detachment and showing no remorse for the lives he had taken. He spoke about his victims like statistics rather than human beings, focusing on technical details rather than the suffering he had caused. The trial revealed the full extent of Franklin's cross-country killing spree and the psychological damage that had driven him to such extremes. Expert witnesses testified about the connection between childhood abandonment and adult violence, while prosecutors presented evidence of systematic murder that spanned nearly a decade. Franklin himself showed little interest in the proceedings, instead asking detailed questions about the investigative techniques that had led to his capture. Franklin Pierce Holloway was convicted on multiple counts of first-degree murder and sentenced to death. He spent 14 years on death row filing appeals that focused on technical legal issues rather than claims of innocence or mental illness. He was executed by lethal injection in 2003, taking with him the locations of several victims whose remains were never recovered despite extensive searches of the Nevada desert. The case of Franklin Holloway serves as a reminder that the highways connecting American communities can also serve as hunting grounds for predators who understand how to exploit the isolation and vulnerability of travelers. His crimes went undetected for years because he chose victims whose disappearances could be explained by the inherent dangers of long-haul trucking, and because he operated in territory where law enforcement resources were stretched thin across vast distances. The truck stop where Franklin first encountered many of his victims remains in operation, but a memorial plaque now honors the drivers who lost their lives to his violence. The desert, where he disposed of their remains, continues to guard its secrets, with several victims still missing, despite ongoing efforts to locate their final resting places. In the pre-dawn darkness of February 1994, the small industrial town of Millfield, Pennsylvania, was blanketed in a silence so complete that even the factory whistle seemed muted. But in the basement of 1247 Oak Street, beneath the modest home where 62-year-old Eleanor Hartwell had lived alone for 15 years, something was stirring. The neighbors had grown accustomed to the sounds that occasionally drifted from Eleanor's property: late-night hammering, the hum of power tools, the occasional crash of falling objects. They assumed she was simply a dedicated hobbyist, perhaps restoring antique furniture or pursuing woodworking projects. What they didn't know was that Eleanor had been dead for 3 months. The sounds they heard belonged to someone else entirely, someone who had been living in Eleanor's basement since October, using her home as both shelter and laboratory for experiments that defied human comprehension. The man responsible called himself David, though that wasn't the name on any official documents. He had drifted into Millfield during the autumn harvest season, one of dozens of transient workers who came seeking temporary employment at the apple processing plant. David was unremarkable in every way that mattered: average height, thinning brown hair, clothes that were clean but worn. He spoke little, worked efficiently, and avoided the social gatherings that drew other seasonal workers together in the evenings. David's interest in Eleanor began during his 3rd week in town. He had noticed her routine while walking to his boarding house, the way she emerged from her home at precisely 8 each morning to collect her newspaper, the solitary meals she ate by her kitchen window, the fact that no visitors ever came to her door. Eleanor represented everything David had been searching for: isolation, predictability, and most importantly, invisibility. The basement Eleanor never knew she was sharing had been David's home for 6 weeks before their first encounter. He had discovered the exterior cellar doors during one of his nocturnal explorations, finding them secured with a lock so old that rust had weakened the metal beyond effectiveness. The basement itself was a treasure trove of forgotten storage, boxes of Christmas decorations that hadn't been opened in years, furniture covered in dust sheets, and most useful of all, a workshop area that Eleanor's deceased husband had left behind. David had been meticulous in his concealment, learning Eleanor's schedule and moving through the house only when she was asleep or away. He discovered her habits through careful observation, her tendency to take afternoon naps, her evening routine of watching television with the volume turned high, her practice of taking sleeping pills that left her deeply unconscious for 8 hours. During these periods, David explored every room, studying anthropologist, examining Eleanor's life with the intensity of an alien culture. The transformation from hidden observer to active participant came gradually. David began making small changes to Eleanor's environment, rearranging objects in ways she wouldn't immediately notice, replacing items with similar but not identical versions, gradually conditioning her to accept the presence of anomalies in her carefully ordered world. Eleanor attributed these discrepancies to her advancing age, to forgetfulness, to the natural decline that came with living alone. David's first direct interaction with Eleanor came on a rainy Thursday evening in late October. She had been preparing dinner when a power surge knocked out electricity throughout the neighborhoods. In the darkness, confused and disoriented, Eleanor called out, asking if anyone was there. David answered from the shadows of her living room, his voice gentle and reassuring. He explained that he was a utility worker checking on elderly residents, that he had entered through her unlocked back door to ensure her safety. Eleanor's loneliness made her vulnerable to David's deception. She was grateful for his concern, eager for human contact, and willing to believe his explanations about emergency protocols and neighborhood safety checks. David spent an hour with her that evening, lighting candles and sharing stories about his fictional career in public service. When the power returned, Eleanor thanked him profusely and invited him to return any time he was in the area. The invitation was exactly what David had been working toward. Over the following weeks, he began visiting Eleanor openly, arriving at her front door during evening hours, when neighbors were less likely to observe his comings and goings. He presented himself as a concerned municipal employee who had taken a personal interest in Eleanor's welfare, bringing small gifts and offering to help with household repairs. Eleanor welcomed David's attention with the enthusiasm of someone who had been starved for companionship. She cooked elaborate meals for his visits, shared family photographs and stories about her late husband, and gradually came to depend on David's regular appearances. What she didn't realize was that every kindness was calculated, every gesture designed to increase her trust and dependence. David's true nature revealed itself slowly through small violations of boundaries that Eleanor initially dismissed as misunderstandings. He would arrive unannounced, let himself in through doors she was certain she had locked, and appear in rooms where she hadn't heard him enter. When Eleanor expressed confusion or concern, David would explain these incidents in ways that made her question her own perceptions rather than his behavior. The psychological manipulation escalated over several weeks as David systematically undermined Eleanor's confidence in her own memory and judgment. He would move objects and then deny having touched them, contradict statements he had made during previous visits, and gradually isolate Eleanor from her few remaining social connections by suggesting that her neighbors and acquaintances were unreliable or potentially dangerous. Eleanor's death came on a bitter December night when temperatures dropped below zero and snow blocked the roads leading to her isolated neighborhood. David had been spending increasingly long periods in the house, sometimes remaining for days at a time, while Eleanor retreated deeper into confusion and dependency. On that final night, Eleanor confronted David about inconsistencies in his stories, demanding to know who he really was and why he had been lying to her. The confrontation shattered David's carefully maintained facade. Faced with the possibility that Eleanor might contact authorities or share her suspicions with neighbors, David made a decision that revealed the predator beneath his helpful exterior. Eleanor's death was swift but not gentle, accomplished with hands that had been planning this moment since their first encounter months earlier. David's disposal of Eleanor's body demonstrated planning that extended far beyond the spontaneous violence of her final moments. The basement workshop became a makeshift morgue where David applied techniques he had learned from previous experiences in other towns with other victims. Eleanor's remains were processed with industrial efficiency, reduced to components that could be disposed of gradually without attracting attention. The most disturbing aspect of David's behavior was what happened after Eleanor's death. Rather than fleeing immediately, he chose to remain in the house, assuming Eleanor's identity for interactions with delivery personnel and service providers while maintaining his own separate existence in the basement. David had studied Eleanor's habits so thoroughly that he could forge her signature, imitate her telephone voice, and respond to mail in ways that suggested normal activity. For 3 months, David lived this double life, emerging from the basement during daylight hours to maintain the illusion that Eleanor remained alive and well. He collected her mail, shoveled her walkway, and even had brief conversations with neighbors who inquired about her health. The performance was so convincing that no one suspected Eleanor's absence, allowing David time to plan his next move while enjoying the comfort of a legitimate address. David's downfall came through a detail he couldn't have anticipated. Eleanor's niece, who lived across the country, had been trying to reach her aunt for weeks without success. Growing concerned, she contacted local police and requested a welfare check. When officers arrived at the house, David answered the door claiming to be Eleanor's nephew visiting from out of state. The story might have worked if not for Eleanor's meticulous record keeping. Inside the house, investigators found Eleanor's appointment calendar, address book, and correspondence, none of which mentioned a nephew or any male relatives. David's presence became increasingly difficult to explain as officers discovered basement living quarters that suggested long-term occupancy, workshop modifications that served no legitimate purpose, and most damning of all, personal items that belonged to women who had never lived in Eleanor's house. The forensic investigation revealed evidence of multiple victims whose remains had been processed through David's basement workshop over several months. Bone fragments, dental work, and personal effects told the story of women who had disappeared from communities throughout the region, victims whose deaths had been attributed to voluntary disappearances or natural causes rather than homicide. So, David's confession came in fragments, delivered over several days of interrogation as he gradually revealed the scope of his activities. He described a pattern of behavior that had been repeated in towns across 3 states, always targeting elderly women who lived alone, always using their homes as temporary bases while he searched for additional victims. Eleanor had been both his latest victim and his longest-term residence, the place where his method had reached its most refined form. The investigation expanded to include missing person cases from dozens of jurisdictions, as authorities realized they were dealing with a serial killer whose crimes had gone undetected for years. David's nomadic lifestyle and careful victim selection had allowed him to operate with impunity, moving from town to town and leaving behind no obvious connections between his crimes. David's trial revealed a man whose capacity for deception was matched only by his complete absence of empathy for his victims. He testified about his methods with clinical detachment, describing the psychological manipulation of elderly women as if discussing pest control techniques. He showed no understanding that his actions had caused suffering, instead focusing on the practical challenges of maintaining his deceptions and avoiding detection. The jury required less than 4 hours to reach a guilty verdict on 17 counts of first-degree murder. David received multiple life sentences without possibility of parole, ensuring that he would never again have the opportunity to exploit the trust and loneliness of vulnerable women. He died in prison 8 years later, killed by fellow inmates who had learned the details of his crimes against elderly victims. The house where Eleanor Hartwell had lived and died was demolished 6 months after David's conviction, the basement filled with concrete to prevent it from becoming a macabre attraction. A small memorial garden now marks the location, honoring Eleanor and the other victims whose final resting place had been David's underground workshop. The case of David remains a chilling reminder that predators often hide behind masks of kindness and concern, that the very traits we value in neighbors and community members can be weaponized by those who understand how to exploit human compassion. In small towns across America, where everyone knows everyone and trust comes naturally, monsters like David can operate with devastating effectiveness, turning our greatest strengths into our most dangerous vulnerabilities. The autumn of 1988 brought early frost to the mountain community of Cedar Falls, Colorado, where cabin smoke rose straight into crystalline air, and hunting season drew visitors from across the region. But among the legitimate sportsmen who came seeking elk and deer was someone whose quarry was entirely different. His name was Marcus Webb, and he had been planning his hunting season for months, studying maps and terrain with the dedication of a military strategist. Marcus wasn't interested in animals. His prey walked on 2 legs, carried backpacks full of supplies, and ventured into the wilderness with the confidence of experienced outdoorsmen who had never encountered a predator more dangerous than bears or mountain lions. The remote hiking trails and hunting camps that drew visitors to Cedar Falls also provided Marcus with the perfect environment for his particular form of recreation. The transformation had begun during Marcus's own military service in the late 1970s, when he discovered that combat provided a satisfaction unlike anything he had experienced in civilian life. The power to determine life and death, the tactical challenge of outmaneuvering an opponent, the primitive satisfaction of successful hunting. These elements combined to create an addiction that civilian life couldn't satisfy. When his enlistment ended, Marcus found himself searching for ways to recapture that intensity. Marcus had spent 10 years developing his skills, learning to track human beings with the same expertise that legitimate hunters applied to wildlife. He studied survival techniques, wilderness navigation, and most importantly, human psychology under stress. Marcus understood how people behaved when they were lost, frightened, or injured, knowledge that gave him crucial advantages when selecting and pursuing his targets. The first victim of Marcus's 1988 hunting season was James Mitchell, a 34-year-old accountant from Denver who had come to Cedar Falls for a solo hiking trip. James was experienced enough to venture into remote territory alone, but not experienced enough to recognize the signs that he was being stalked by something more dangerous than wildlife. Marcus had observed James for 2 days, learning his route and habits before making his approach. The initial contact appeared accidental, a chance encounter between fellow outdoorsmen on a remote trail. Marcus presented himself as a local guide offering helpful advice about trail conditions and wildlife activity. James was grateful for the information, eager to learn from someone with obvious wilderness expertise. The conversation continued as they hiked together, with Marcus gradually steering their route toward terrain that favored his intentions rather than James's original destination. Marcus's method was psychological as much as physical, designed to strip away his victim's confidence and decision-making ability through gradual isolation and disorientation. He led James deeper into unfamiliar territory while maintaining the pretense of helpful guidance, creating dependency that would become crucial when the situation shifted from cooperation to predation. The transition came gradually, so subtly that James didn't recognize the danger until escape was no longer possible. Marcus began making comments about James's navigation skills, questioning his route choices, and suggesting that they were lost due to James's inexperience. The psychological pressure mounted as Marcus systematically undermined James's confidence, while positioning himself as the only source of reliable guidance. James's realization that he was in mortal danger came too late to affect the outcome. By the time he understood Marcus's true intentions, they were miles from the nearest trail in terrain that Marcus knew intimately, while James found completely foreign. The chase that followed was brief and one-sided, ending with James's death in a remote canyon where his remains wouldn't be discovered for months. Marcus's disposal method reflected his military training and wilderness expertise. He understood how to position bodies for maximum concealment, how weather and wildlife would affect decom importantly, how to eliminate position, and most evidence that might connect him to his victims. James Mitchell simply vanished into the Colorado wilderness, another hiker who had ventured beyond his capabilities and paid the ultimate price. The pattern repeated throughout that autumn as Marcus claimed additional victims, each hunt teaching him lessons that improved his technique for future encounters. He varied his approach based on his assessment of each target's experience level and psychological profile, adapting his methods to exploit individual weaknesses and vulnerabilities. The second victim was Robert Chen, a 28-year-old photographer who had come to Cedar Falls to document autumn foliage. Robert was less experienced than James, but more observant, traits that created different challenges for Marcus's hunting strategy. The approach required more elaborate deception, as Marcus presented himself as a fellow photographer familiar with the best locations for capturing mountain scenery. Robert's artistic temperament made him vulnerable to Marcus's manipulation in ways that differed from purely recreational hikers. Marcus appealed to Robert's creative ambitions, promising access to spectacular locations that few photographers had ever seen. The promise of unique opportunities overcame Robert's natural caution, leading him deep into territory where artistic inspiration mattered less than survival skills. Marcus's treatment of Robert revealed sadistic elements that hadn't been apparent with previous victims. The photographer's death was prolonged and elaborate, designed to maximize suffering rather than achieve efficient termination. Marcus had discovered that the psychological aspects of hunting provided satisfaction equal to the physical challenge, leading him to develop methods that emphasized terror and helplessness. Robert's camera equipment provided Marcus with an unexpected bonus: detailed photographs of the areas where Robert had been hiking, images that revealed the photographer's route and timeline. Marcus studied these photographs carefully, using them to refine his understanding of how victims moved through wilderness terrain and made decisions under stress. The third victim represented Marcus's most ambitious hunt yet. William Torres was a 42-year-old survival instructor who led wilderness training courses for corporate groups. William possessed skills that matched Marcus's own expertise, creating a challenge that elevated the hunt from simple predation to a genuine contest between experienced outdoorsmen. The encounter with William required Marcus to abandon his usual deception tactics in favor of a more direct approach. William was too knowledgeable to be fooled by fabricated stories about trail conditions or wildlife behavior. Instead, Marcus had to rely on surprise and superior positioning to gain the initial advantage necessary for success. William's background in survival training made him the most dangerous prey Marcus had ever pursued. The contest lasted 3 days as William attempted to evade capture, while Marcus employed tracking skills honed through years of practice. The chase covered dozens of miles of rugged terrain as both men pushed their physical and mental capabilities to the limit. William's death came only after Marcus had been forced to abandon his usual psychological tactics in favor of pure hunting prowess. The victory provided Marcus with a satisfaction unlike anything he had experienced with previous victims, confirming his belief that the challenge level directly correlated with the reward value of successful hunts. Marcus's fourth victim broke his established pattern of targeting male hikers. Sarah Martinez was a 31-year-old botanist conducting research on high-altitude plant communities. Her presence in remote locations was motivated by scientific rather than recreational interests, creating opportunities for contact that differed from Marcus's previous encounters. Sarah's scientific background made her naturally observant and analytical, traits that initially worked against Marcus's deception attempts. She questioned inconsistencies in his stories and noticed details about his equipment and behavior that suggested purposes beyond casual hiking. Marcus found himself working harder to maintain his facade while searching for vulnerabilities he could exploit. The breakthrough came when Marcus appealed to Sarah's professional interests, claiming knowledge of rare plant specimens in locations accessible only through treacherous terrain. Sarah's dedication to her research overcame her suspicions about Marcus's motivations, leading her to accept guidance that would prove fatal. Sarah's death marked a psychological turning point for Marcus as he discovered that female victims provided different satisfaction than male targets. The power dynamic shifted in ways that enhanced his sense of dominance and control, leading him to begin planning hunts specifically designed around female hikers and researchers. Marcus's fifth and final victim of the 1988 season was Lisa Wang, a 26-year-old medical student taking a brief vacation before beginning her residency. Lisa had come to Cedar Falls seeking solitude and natural beauty, hoping to find peace before entering the demanding world of hospital medicine. Instead, she encountered Marcus during what would become his most elaborate and sadistic hunt. Lisa's medical training provided her with knowledge that Marcus found both challenging and useful. She understood human anatomy and physiology in ways that allowed her to recognize the signs of deliberate harm versus accidental injury. This knowledge initially helped her survive longer than previous victims, but ultimately provided Marcus with new methods for inflicting precisely calibrated suffering. The hunt for Lisa lasted 5 days, as Marcus employed every technique he had developed over years of practice. He used psychological manipulation to undermine her confidence, physical intimidation to control her movements, and environmental factors to exhaust her resources. Lisa's medical training allowed her to understand exactly what was happening to her body as stress and exhaustion took their toll. Lisa's death was the most elaborate of Marcus's career, incorporating elements from all his previous hunts while adding new refinements based on her specific vulnerabilities and capabilities. Marcus documented the entire process in journals that revealed his evolution from opportunistic killer to sophisticated predator who had developed hunting into an art form. Marcus's downfall came through his own success. The disappearance of 5 experienced outdoorsmen in a single season triggered investigations that revealed patterns invisible in individual cases. Federal agents specializing in wilderness crimes began analyzing the missing person reports, identifying commonalities that suggested a single perpetrator rather than separate accidents. The investigation focused on individuals with extensive wilderness experience who had been in the Cedar Falls area during the relevant time periods. Marcus's military background and local presence made him a person of interest, leading to surveillance that revealed his detailed knowledge of the areas where victims had disappeared. Marcus's arrest came during his attempt to claim a 6th victim. Federal agents had been monitoring his activities for weeks when they observed him making contact with a potential target. The intervention prevented another death while providing evidence of Marcus's predatory behavior that supported the charges related to previous murders. The search of Marcus's cabin revealed a trophy collection that documented years of hunting human prey. Maps marked with victim locations, personal items taken from bodies, and most damning of all, detailed journals describing each hunt with the enthusiasm of someone discussing successful fishing trips. Marcus had treated murder like a recreational activity, complete with scoring systems and technique refinements. Marcus's trial revealed the full scope of his activities, including murders in other states that had been attributed to wilderness accidents rather than homicide. His military training and wilderness expertise had allowed him to kill with impunity for over a decade, selecting victims whose disappearances would be explained by natural hazards rather than human predation. Marcus Webb was convicted of 7 counts of first-degree murder and sentenced to death. He spent 12 years on death row filing appeals that focused on technical legal issues rather than claims of innocence. He was executed by lethal injection in 2001, taking with him the locations of several victims whose remains were never recovered despite extensive searches of Colorado wilderness areas. The case of Marcus Webb serves as a chilling reminder that the wilderness areas we visit for recreation and renewal can also serve as hunting grounds for predators who understand how to exploit our vulnerability in unfamiliar terrain. His crimes went undetected for years because he chose victims whose disappearances could be explained by the inherent dangers of wilderness travel, and because he operated in territory where law enforcement resources were limited by geography and jurisdiction. The mountain trails of Cedar Falls remain popular with hikers and hunters, though warning signs now mark the areas where Marcus conducted his deadly pursuits. Park rangers report that some visitors still refuse to venture into certain sections alone, preferring the safety of group travel to the isolation that once made the region so appealing to both legitimate outdoorsmen and the predator who hunted among them. In the industrial city of Bridgeton, Ohio, where factory smokestacks dominated the skyline and shift workers hurried along cracked sidewalks, the winter of 1979 brought more than just bitter cold and snow. It brought a terror so subtle that even those living through it didn't recognize the danger until it was far too late. Women were vanishing from the graveyard shift at Consolidated Steelworks, disappearing not in dramatic fashion, but gradually, like heat escaping through poorly sealed windows. The first to go missing was Catherine Rose O'Malley, a 31-year-old crane operator who had worked the midnight shift for 8 years. Catherine was known for her punctuality, never arriving late and never leaving early, which made her absence on a Tuesday morning in January all the more troubling. Her supervisor initially assumed she had called in sick, but when no message came and her phone went unanswered for 3 days, concern turned to alarm. What nobody knew was that Catherine was trapped in a specially constructed chamber beneath the abandoned Riverside Foundry, a facility that had been closed for 5 years, but still drew occasional visitors hoping to salvage valuable materials. The man who held her captive was Vernon Dale Mackenzie, a 47-year-old maintenance worker who had lost his job when Riverside closed, but continued to use the building as his personal workshop. Vernon had been planning Catherine's abduction for months, studying her routine with the patience of a scientist observing laboratory specimens. He knew she always parked in the same section of the employee lot, always took the same route to the factory entrance, and always walked alone during the dark hours before dawn. More importantly, he knew that Catherine lived by herself in a small apartment where her absence wouldn't be noticed immediately. The basement chamber where Vernon kept Catherine had been excavated by hand over a period of 2 years, carved from the concrete foundation of the foundry using stolen industrial equipment. The space was soundproofed with materials salvaged from the factory floor and equipped with restraints fashioned from scrap metal and cable. Vernon had created what he called his research facility, a place where he could conduct experiments in human endurance and psychological manipulation. Catherine's ordeal lasted 28 days, during which Vernon subjected her to procedures that combined his mechanical knowledge with a twisted understanding of human psychology. He treated her confinement like an engineering problem, documenting her responses to various stimuli and adjusting his methods based on the data he collected. Catherine became a test subject in Vernon's grotesque study of human breaking points. Vernon's fascination with mechanical systems extended to his treatment of human beings, whom he viewed as complex machines that could be disassembled, analyzed, and reconstructed according to his specifications. He kept detailed schematics of Catherine's physical and psychological responses, treating her suffering like performance data from a stress test on industrial equipment. The end came when Vernon realized that Catherine's disappearance was generating more attention than he had anticipated. Police were canvassing the industrial district, interviewing workers, and searching abandoned buildings. Vernon's sanctuary was threatened, and he made the calculated decision to eliminate the evidence that connected him to Catherine's disappearance. Catherine's body was disposed of in the foundry's old casting pit, a deep, concrete depression that had once been used to pour the molten metal. Vernon filled the pit with industrial chemicals that would accelerate decomposition, then sealed it with a concrete cap that made the depression look like part of the original floor. Catherine Rose O'Malley simply vanished from the world, leaving behind only worried co-workers and an investigation that quickly went cold. 3 months later, Vernon selected his second victim. Marie Elena Santos was a 26-year-old quality inspector who worked the same shift as Catherine had. Marie was different from Catherine in almost every way: younger, more social, with family members who checked on her regularly. But she shared the crucial vulnerability that had drawn Vernon's attention. She was isolated during the dangerous hours when his hunting instincts were strongest. Marie's abduction required more sophisticated planning than Catherine's had. Vernon needed to overcome her natural caution while creating an opportunity for attack in an environment where Marie felt secure. The solution came through careful observation of Marie's habits, particularly her tendency to visit the factory's medical station when she felt unwell. Vernon positioned himself as a helpful maintenance worker who could provide assistance when the regular medical staff wasn't available. The attack came during Marie's lunch break, when she complained of dizziness and went to the medical station seeking aspirin. Vernon approached her with offers of help, claiming he had medical training from his military service. Marie's trusting nature and genuine need for assistance made her vulnerable to Vernon's deception until it was too late to recognize the danger. Marie's experience in Vernon's underground chamber was documented with even greater precision than Catherine's had been. Vernon had refined his methods based on lessons learned from his previous experiment, developing more sophisticated techniques for measuring and manipulating his subject's psychological state. Marie became the centerpiece of Vernon's most elaborate research project yet. The chamber itself had been expanded and improved during the months between victims. Vernon had installed monitoring equipment that allowed him to observe Marie constantly, recording her responses to various forms of psychological pressure. He treated her confinement like a long-term research project, complete with hypotheses, controlled variables, and detailed data collection. Marie survived 35 days in Vernon's laboratory, longer than Catherine, but under conditions that were far more psychologically demanding. Vernon had developed techniques for maintaining his subjects' physical health while systematically destroying their mental stability. He viewed psychological breakdown as a measurable phenomenon that could be induced through careful application of stress and isolation. Marie's death came not from violence, but from what Vernon documented as complete systemic failure, a condition where her body simply stopped functioning despite having no obvious physical cause. Vernon interpreted this outcome as validation of his theories about human endurance limits, evidence that he had successfully mapped the boundaries between psychological stress and physiological collapse. Marie's disposal followed the same pattern as Catherine's, with her remains joining those of the previous victim in the sealed casting pit. Vernon had developed an efficient system for eliminating evidence, treating body disposal like any other maintenance task that required proper tools and procedures. Marie Elena Santos became another missing person case that generated initial concern before fading into the background of law enforcement priorities. Vernon's third victim represented a departure from his established pattern. Instead of targeting another factory worker, he selected Rebecca Lynn Foster, a 29-year-old nurse who worked the night shift at Bridgeton General Hospital. Rebecca's selection was based on Vernon's growing confidence in his methods and his desire to test his techniques on someone with medical knowledge who might understand what was happening to her. Rebecca's abduction required Vernon to venture outside his familiar territory and learn entirely new hunting grounds. He spent weeks studying the hospital's layout and security procedures, identifying vulnerabilities in their night shift protocols. The challenge of operating in an unfamiliar environment appealed to Vernon's problem-solving instincts, providing intellectual stimulation that enhanced his satisfaction with the hunt. The approach came through Rebecca's compassionate nature and professional training. Vernon presented himself as a distraught family member seeking information about a patient, playing on Rebecca's natural inclination to help people in distress. The deception worked long enough for Vernon to isolate Rebecca in a location where he could subdue her without attracting attention from hospital security. Rebecca's medical background created new challenges and opportunities for Vernon's research program. She understood human physiology in ways that allowed her to recognize the signs of systematic abuse and manipulation. This knowledge initially helped her resist Vernon's psychological techniques, but ultimately provided him with more sophisticated methods for inflicting precisely calibrated suffering. Vernon's treatment of Rebecca revealed the evolution of his methods from crude experimentation to refined torture techniques. He had learned to exploit medical knowledge for purposes that violated every principle of healing, using Rebecca's professional training against her in ways that maximized both physical and psychological trauma. Rebecca's ordeal lasted 41 days, making her Vernon's longest surviving subject. Her medical training allowed her to maintain hope longer than previous victims, finding ways to preserve her sanity even under extreme duress. But Vernon viewed this resistance as a challenge to be overcome rather than a reason for mercy, leading him to develop even more elaborate techniques for breaking down her defenses. The end came when Rebecca's resistance finally collapsed under the sustained pressure of Vernon's psychological assault. Her death was meticulously documented in Vernon's journals, which described the precise moment when her will to live finally surrendered to the reality of her situation. Vernon treated her passing like the successful conclusion of a long-term research project. Rebecca's disposal followed the established pattern, with her remains joining those of previous victims in the Foundry's sealed casting pit. But Vernon's confidence in his concealment methods was beginning to waver as he noticed increased police activity in the industrial district. The disappearances were finally being investigated as connected cases rather than isolated incidents. Vernon's fourth victim was chosen specifically to test his ability to operate under increased scrutiny. He selected Linda Marie Thompson, a 33-year-old security guard who worked the overnight shift at a warehouse complex near the Foundry. Linda's selection represented both a challenge and an opportunity. Her security training made her more dangerous prey, but her proximity to Vernon's base of operations reduced the risks associated with transport and concealment. Linda's abduction required Vernon to overcome not just her natural caution, but also her professional training in recognizing and responding to threats. The approach came through a fabricated emergency that played on Linda's sense of duty and responsibility. Vernon claimed to have witnessed an accident near the Foundry and needed Linda's assistance in providing aid to injured workers. Linda's security background made her Vernon's most challenging subject yet. She understood surveillance techniques, recognized signs of deception, and possessed combat training that made physical restraint more difficult. Vernon found himself working harder than ever to maintain control while developing new methods for overcoming trained resistance. The psychological battle between Vernon and Linda lasted for weeks as she refused to surrender to his manipulation techniques. Her training had prepared her for exactly these kinds of situations, giving her mental tools that previous victims had lacked. Vernon viewed this resistance as the ultimate test of his research methods, pushing his techniques to their absolute limits. Linda's death came only after Vernon had been forced to abandon his usual scientific approach in favor of crude violence. Her resistance had threatened his carefully constructed experimental protocols, revealing weaknesses in his methods that contradicted his belief in their effectiveness. The failure filled Vernon with a rage that overwhelmed his usual clinical detachment. Linda's disposal was hurried and careless, compromised by Vernon's emotional state and his growing paranoia about police investigation. He failed to follow his established procedures for concealing evidence, instead dumping her remains in a location that would be discovered within days of her death. The discovery marked the beginning of the end for Vernon's carefully constructed double life. The forensic investigation of Linda's remains revealed evidence of systematic torture and long-term confinement. More importantly, trace materials found on her body led investigators to the abandoned foundry where Vernon had been conducting his experiments. The discovery of his underground chamber provided physical evidence linking him to all 4 disappearances. Vernon's arrest came as he was preparing to claim a 5th victim. Police had been monitoring the foundry for weeks when they observed Vernon making preparations in his underground laboratory. The intervention prevented another abduction while providing investigators with overwhelming evidence of Vernon's guilt. The search of Vernon's facility revealed a chamber of horrors that exceeded investigators' worst expectations. The monitoring equipment, the restraint systems, And most damning of all, the detailed journals documenting years of systematic torture disguised as scientific research. Vernon had treated human beings like laboratory animals, reducing their suffering to data points in his twisted experiments. These stories serve as haunting reminders that evil rarely announces itself with fanfare or obvious warning signs. The monsters we've explored today didn't lurk in shadows, wearing masks, or hiding in abandoned buildings, waiting to be discovered. They lived among us, coached our children, fixed our cars, worked in our hospitals and factories. They smiled at neighbors over backyard fences and attended community gatherings with the same faces they used to select their next victims. What makes these cases truly terrifying isn't just the brutality of their crimes, but the chilling realization that predators walk among us every single day, hidden behind facades of normalcy that we've been conditioned to trust. In quiet towns across America, behind white picket fences and friendly waves, Darkness Sea continues to wait patiently for its next opportunity to strike.